Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Zavala, and I am the Imperial County SELPA Director. We are so excited for you all to be here today. Our Zoom friends, our friends in person, thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to welcome and introduce this partnership between Project Muse. We are a special education resource lead through the statewide system of support on improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. And today we are partnering with Open Access. I'd like to introduce our presenters for today. We have Jill McCann and Jennifer Wright that just so graciously traveled all the way up from Northern California, from Placer County, and came down and visiting us in Southern California in Imperial County. So we're so excited for you all to be here today. And without further ado, I'll pass it over to Lupita Holguin Rubio to get our session started for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina. And on behalf of Imperial County SELPA, we want to welcome everybody here. Thank you for joining us via Zoom and those of you that are here in person. I see some new faces, so thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your participation and also your insight. So during this session, there will be opportunities for you to share, to process, to reflect, and just as much as we bring to you, you also bring to us. So we really encourage you to engage in dialogue with each other, to share out your thoughts, your questions, your wonderings. That really enriches these professional learning opportunities. So we encourage you and we thank you in advance for doing so. So just a quick overview of what we will be doing today. Today is day 3 of our 4-part series. And as Christina said, we are thrilled, honored, so grateful that we have the Open Access team here presenting, really taking the lead and presenting everything related to ACC and AT today. And they're gonna explain it all. I'm just going to introduce them today. So again, real quick, if you are not following us, we invite you to follow us to learn more about our project and our partners like Open Access, what we're doing together, what we're doing collectively, what we're doing individually, but all in support of English learners and dually identified students and students with disabilities statewide. Oops, there we go. Again, this session, for those of you joining us via Zoom, is a webinar. We have Vanessa and Christina, who are also part of our team, who will be facilitating the Zoom conversation. Use your chat feature if you have any insights and or things that you want to share with the group. And if you have any questions, please use the Q&A feature on your Zoom and your device. We will be addressing them throughout the presentation today. This is our team, yours truly, Lupita Holguin Rubio. A real quick introduction regarding the dynamic of our team. It's very intentional. For those of you who don't know me, I am a general educator, have been focusing on English learner support for many, many years here at Imperial County Office of Education. And for the past 5 years, I've been part of this amazing team, doing this amazing work statewide, all focused on improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. So my lens is that of an English learner specialist, if you will. And so I bring that to the table. That is what I contribute to this work. My partner in crime, my friend Vanessa Lopez, I lovingly call her a unicorn because she's multi-talented. She knows everything EL and then some. Her background is that of an educational specialist. Has been in the classroom supporting kiddos for at least 18 years. Is that right, Van? And also has a very rambunctious, brilliant young preteen son who is on the autism spectrum, and as she says, keeps her on her toes on a daily. And you've just met Christina Zavala, our fearless leader, our SELPA director, who supports us in the back end, doing tons and tons of work for us. But you know, she's a busy lady, so we really thank her for taking a little bit of her time today to join us here today. So again, thank you to our team. And somebody who's not on the screen, but is also instrumental in supporting this work is Dr. Deborah Montoya. She was our SELPA director a couple of years ago, and without her, this work does not exist. I would be remiss of not saying that. She has stayed on our team as a lead consultant, and we appreciate her support in that way as well. So, as stated earlier, we are part of the statewide system of support. Specifically, we're a special education resource lead. Our focus is English learners, meaning we provide professional learning resources and we collaborate with the other statewide system of support leads and agencies in doing this very important work. And again, this work is a team lift. I'm quoting my friend Vanessa. It requires multiple hands, multiple perspectives, multiple expertise to be able to do this work. So we really believe in doing this work together and collectively, and that's why we've invited our friends from Open Access to help us with this very heavy lift. We are going to hand it off to the team now. We are very grateful that they are here, and we're very grateful that you are here joining us in person and via Zoom. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to our friends.
Thank you. Actually, I don't think so, because maybe you guys can walk around then. Sure. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much, Lupita and Vanessa, for having us down here. We've had a really exciting journey collaborating so far with Muse, and we're excited to see how this continues to grow over our next 5 years that we have our grant. A little bit about us before we get into AT and AAC. We wanted to give you a little bit of a background on open access. This is our vision statement, and I'm just going to read it. The open access vision for UDL in California is to optimize access and engagement for all learners by leveraging the UDL framework to support equitable and inclusive learning environments, by eliminating barriers and systematically implementing evidence-based practices and best practices in LEAs across the state. UDL is a framework of significant depth. It requires system-level and practice-level change through an integrated approach with systemic-level support for district administration, principals, instructional coaches, teachers, and paraprofessionals. So a little bit about our team. We are also a small but mighty team. There are 4 of us here today. You guys just met Jill and I, but we have our 2 coordinators, Leah Padilla and Lori Balsano Wright, who are in the back at the coordinator table. We also have a UDL content specialist, Jennifer Becker, who is not here with us today, and our assistant superintendent, Troy Tickle, and it's Melanie Purdy, who makes everything transportation-wise and everything else happen for us. So that is our team. So in addition to our small team, these are our partners throughout the state of California that we, in our open access grant, have written in as collaborative partners for the grant project. So these are our partners throughout the state. We have Antelope Valley SELPA, North Inland SELPA, which you guys are probably familiar with since they're down here in San Diego. Our farthest north is Humboldt County Office of Ed, which is even far away from us. And then the Placer County Office of Education, along with CDE and CCEE, who are responsible for the funding. So open access is grounded in the foundational belief that with access to quality instruction, all students can engage and actively participate and learn with inclusive settings. So what has made our project unique, this is actually, we were also the first 5 years, we call it now Open Access 1.0, but now we're in Open Access 2.0. But in Open Access 1.0, what really set us apart was that we highlight the importance of learning and participating for everyone through universal design for learning, assistive technology, and augmentative alternative communication. So again, there's a few links on this slide. You guys will have access to our slideshow at the end, so stay tuned for that. But there are a few links on this slide, of course, the social media, which we all would love for you to also follow us on. We'll give you that information too. And then this is a 1 page that you'll be able to open up and reference back to if you're interested in finding out more about open access. But we do offer a 3-tiered approach to supporting schools and districts throughout the state of California. So our universal supports include a wide variety of materials that are going to be found on our website. which again, we're gonna share with you as the day goes on. And then we have targeted supports, which includes training and coaching and mentoring for schools and districts who reach out to us on a voluntary basis when they're looking for more support building capacity or becoming experts in the area of UDL AT or AAC. We are ready to jump on that with them. And then our intensive supports include providing technical assistance. And right now we have, I think, more than 22, but we did have, I think we've grown from there, but 22 LEAs throughout the state who have been identified as intensive level through the compliance and improvement monitoring, the SIM process. And we have been assigned to provide these districts with guidance and working on building UDL through demonstration sites as well throughout the state. So this is our plan for today. I think it's very similar for those of you who have been participating in the other two presentations. We are going to start, obviously we're right in the middle of that now. We have scheduled, hopefully, to take a break every hour, a 10-minute break. We'll have lunch at 11:30 for an hour, and then we will head to the end. We encourage you, if you, I think we need to set it, if you need to get up, if you need to move around, please feel free and do that. Those of you out on Zoom land, you got to do what you got to do. We can't see you anyway. So take care of your needs. We want you to be present. We're really excited about what we have planned for you today. So this is our learning path for today. Currently, again, we are right in the middle of the opening. And as you can see, we're going to move through our day on this path. That's going to begin with defining UDL, AEM, AT, and AAC, all of those acronyms. So if you don't know what they are yet, you will shortly. Then we're going to move into myths and facts surrounding assistive technology, incorporating and also discussing information that is truly hot off the press from the United States Department of Education. And then we'll have lunch. We're going to move to intentional consideration, AT consideration, excuse me, for all students. We're going to get into some tools and resources that we'd like to share with you, and then we will wrap it up. All right, so these are our objectives for you for today. By the end of today, we want you to become familiar with assistive technology. Here are your acronyms: augmentative and alternative communication, accessible educational materials, and universal design for learning, and how they can reduce barriers for our students. We want you to learn about myths and some myths and facts around assistive technology and AAC. We want you to be able to learn a little bit more about intentional considerations for AT and AAC for all students. And then we want you to learn about and explore assistive technology and AAC resources that are out there to support your learners. All right, so before we really get going in too deep here, we would like to start with a poll to kind of find out who our audience is today, not only here in the room, but also out in Zoom land. What do we call it? Do we call it Zoom land? Okay, out in Zoom land, we'd like to find out. The Zoom room, okay. I feel like it's land with as many people as you say are gonna be on there. So, if you guys, I think somebody back there is gonna launch a poll. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and take that. So what we'd like you in the room here to do is, while they're in Zoom land taking the poll, we just would like to know what role you play on your team. And since there's not a ginormous amount here, would you guys, like, we could do this. You wanna just go through and tell us what you do? Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay,
Awesome.
lots of
Teacher.
teachers.
Okay, it's right up Jill's alley. No speech pathologists. Where are my speech pathologists? Are there any online? Oh, okay. That's all right. That's all right. What do we have? What is our, have people finished? What does it look like?
So we have 2% Gen Ed,
Okay.
36% SPED, 20% EL specialist, 1% AT specialist,
2%.
and 7% speech language pathologists, and 1 APE. We have 11% psychologist, 19% program specialist, and 8% other.
Okay.
So really mixed crowd.
A mixed crowd. Okay, I like that. Well, a little bit about me. I am currently a program specialist with the Open Access Grant, but I am a speech and language pathologist, AAC specialist. I have been working in the specialty or the field of AAC as part of my speech and language practice for over 20 years. And I just found that this journey that supported building relationships and supporting communication for our most complex students, it's truly been a soul-filling journey for me to be in this field of work. Jill, would you like to tell your story?
My story, I am also a program specialist with a grant, but I'm also an assistive technology specialist, and I've been doing assistive technology in special education for over 20 years, going on 24 years, I should say closer to 25 years. And so I come with the lens of having learning disability myself, having gone through school and our education system at a time when there wasn't a lot going on in order to support students back in the 60s and 70s, long time ago. So I come with that lens. So I feel like I have kind of just a really unique, experience that helps me when looking at, assistive technology and what we can do for access to help with that access. And I also come with the lens of universal design for learning because as an AT specialist over the years, often would encourage and help educators think about ways to offer assistance and access to all students, not just those with disabilities. So that's me, that's my background.
All right, so we are now ready to start.
Oh,
Oh,
one thing we wanted to say, no matter what your role, no matter what, where you're coming from, what lenses you're wearing, when it comes to assistive technology, we are all team players, and we all play a part at those annual IEPs, at every IEP with every student that we come across. So we're in this together. It can't just be the AT specialist that thinks about assistive technology.
or the AAC person.
Yes.
It's talking about communication. All right, we're gonna switch.
Okay. So here we go. We're getting started on our path. And we are going to talk about some definitions. We're going to give you a little bit of information. And as the day progresses, we're going to go deeper into these. So we're going to start off very general and kind of work our way into some depth. So we do have another poll.
We're gonna keep you guys moving. Nobody's gonna fall asleep,
Now,
hopefully.
We want for you to take a few moments and reflect a little bit about what your current knowledge is surrounding universal design for learning. And we'd like you to kind of rank yourself. We've got three levels here. Are you just getting started learning about UDL? Then you'd give yourself a bronze medal. Have you attended some professional development and begun applying some of the principles of UDL? Then you would go to the silver. Or are you a UDL rock star? Do you know all about it? You implement it with enthusiasm. You give yourself a gold medal. So we are going to go ahead and launch that poll in Zoom land.
All right, and then how many out here? Are you guys doing it on Zoom as well? No.
You
Okay.
guys are not
All right.
Zoom.
How many bronze medals do we have in the audience?
Just starting out with
Just
UDL.
starting out.
Starting
Okay.
out.
Go ahead.
How about silver? Who's kind of, some stuff, starting to work with it, who's super, super into UDL and just going for it.
Woo!
Okay. All right.
Right. In the spirit of the Olympics, we want
Yes.
you, we want all of you.
Yes. So can we get some feedback too on what's happening in the Zoom room?
Great. So we are going to end our poll and get our final results here. So on the podium with a bronze, we have 44% of our participants.
Okay. Very nice.
On the podium with a silver medal, 49% of our participants. And 8% with a gold.
Okay. Wow. Fantastic. Okay, and that's great. And I think that's important to know that we are all coming in with our different experience and background knowledge. The information that we're going to give you, even though you might be one of those, rock stars,
8%ers.
one of the gold medal. So hopefully you'll get some information and some nuggets that might be new to you as well. So if you're a rock star, don't just check out during our UDL section. Okay. So you may be thinking, oh my gosh, so many acronyms and things to consider. Is AT, AEM, all these things, these are just one more thing to think about. But we want to kind of break it down and show you really how they work together as well. So for you, if we can think about UDL as really the top layer, kind of like an umbrella, and it really provides a framework. It's flexible. We're thinking about flexible and diverse curricula. This is where educators are really designing from the beginning ways to engage learners, provide a variety of ways for them to access the learning and the content, and also provide options for demonstrating their learning. AEM, or accessible educational materials, this next layer really ensures that all the instructional materials are accessible to everybody, no matter what their abilities. So for example, if a teacher is offering video as an option, they might be using regularly closed caption, something that's built in, that's available. AT really includes strategies, tools, and technology to meet those specific student needs. And oftentimes what we like to think about in terms of AT as well, or AAC, is that if they didn't have this tool, they might not be able to access or access as well. So an example would be, making sure text-to-speech is available, and using our UDL mindset, I like to think that we would have text-to-speech available to everybody, not just our students who require it. But we'll dive in deeper to all three of these as we continue our day. So first, we'd like to give a little shout out to this amazing man. His name is Ronald Mace. He really coined the term Universal Design for Learning back in the 1980s. He did spend most of his time in a wheelchair due to the effects of polio as a child, but he really ended up dedicating his entire career to making things and designing things in an accessible way. So that universal design term, he really coined that, which is pretty neat. It was really coined to describe an inclusive, functional, but also aesthetically pleasing, mindset when designing for everyone. So I love his quote. We can make anything more universally usable, but to do that, we must pay attention to the details. We need to pay those details include not only the people that we're designing for, but the things that we're designing, right? So another way to look at this, this analogy of universal design and architecture, we can think about things like back in the day when we just had stairs, and those were really our only options. They were really just for some, not for everybody. And then we went through this period, and if any of you are old enough, there was this time when just everything was being retrofitted with ramps, whether it was a metal ramp or an old plywood ramp that they just needed to put up because they needed a ramp. So we started kind of sticking things on top of the already existing architecture, right? And now things are designed from the beginning for everyone. In this slide, this particular ramp on this very modern building, I don't know, might make some people dizzy going up it, but it's an extreme example. But it really does show that if we really think from the beginning, we can consider these things and access for everybody. So in terms of what does that look like in the classroom, you know, we could bring it down to, you know, a particular task like traditional paper-based materials, having students write and read paper-based materials. So this can work really well for some students, and some students even have preferences for paper materials, and that's perfectly okay. But when we have students who need extra support, oftentimes we offer support, kind of like doing that retrofit, like having a staff or a peer help by reading aloud or finding an audio version. So that's kind of that retrofit, what that looks like. We might also have a scribe to help the student write responses like on a worksheet. There's a lot of back-end work to retrofitting. You know, it's a lot of work to do that. And for a lot of years, those were our only options because the technology really hadn't caught up to what we were really hoping for. But that time has come. Technology has really met the vision really of how to a way to support universal design, a way to support assistive technology needs. So we've got that ability to design our core content and materials right from the beginning in ways that support the variability of all of our students, because technology is so flexible and there's so many great features that we can offer our students. So let's see, let's go ahead and move forward. So one more quick reference here to Designing for All. This is one of our favorite cartoon depictions. The boy says in the wheelchair that's down in the lower left-hand corner, "Could you please shovel the ramp?" And the man with the shovel says, "Well, all these kids are waiting to use the stairs. When I get through shoveling them off, then I'll clear the ramp for you." And the boy says again, "But if you shovel the ramp, we can all get up the stairs, right?" So, I mean, that's really what we're talking about, is how can we even think about assistive technology wearing that lens of UDL? Because oftentimes, right, what is good for one is good for many or all. We are going to show a video. We want to shift into thinking about the variability of our students and kind of check ourselves and our own mindsets about what we consider average and normal. These terms, average and normal, are quickly becoming antiquated as new information and research emerges about how our brains work and all the variability that we come with. So we're going to watch this short video from Dr. Shelley Moore. If you haven't seen her videos before, she's fabulous. She has a YouTube station called 5 More Minutes. They're all educationally based videos, and she gives really unique and funny perspectives on things that are very important. So let's go ahead and watch this video.
Welcome to 5 More Minutes, helpful videos in 5 minutes or less that support the teaching and learning of all students. I'm your host, Shelley Moore, and this episode is The End of Average. Today, I have to give a really big shout out to Todd Rose because our episode is based around a story that he tells in his book, The End of Average. Go buy this book, go read this book. This book totally helped me understand not only my own tumultuous experience in school, but also my understanding of how to approach curriculum as a teacher. Because what I realized after reading this book is that the idea of should is a direct connection to the concept of average and our ongoing fight against the green. Todd Rose talks about average in the book and actually mentions it as being a very useful concept when comparing large groups of one dimension. Like, for example, if you're comparing the height of a Canadian and comparing that to the average height of an American. That's a great use of average. Big sample size, comparing one dimension. Education, however, isn't that simple. First of all, we're not comparing groups to each other. We're comparing individuals to a group. Second, those individuals that we're comparing are not one-dimensional. People are not just height. Not even paper is one-dimensional. To prove this point further, Todd Rose tells a story about airplanes. In the 1950s, fighter jet pilots, they weren't performing well, and some were even getting injured in their cockpits because they were getting jostled around a little bit. They weren't able to reach for the controls effectively to help them make those split-second decisions needed to operate a plane that's flying like at 1 billion miles an hour. Something just had to be done. So a very smart Air Force researcher went and found 4,000 pilots and took their measurements, the length of their arms and their legs, the width of their hips and their shoulders, 10 dimensions in total, to try and use that data to design a better cockpit for the pilots. Now, in the age of standardization, we could simply just average these measurements and design a perfectly standardized plane. Most people are average, right? Well, you tell me, how many of those 4,000 pilots do you think would fit into an average plane? Just give me a ballpark. 0, none, nada. Not one of those pilots could fit because not one of those 4,000 pilots had the exact combination of all the measurements in every dimension. The average plane was being designed for a mythical green pilot. Now, another solution might be to use those measurements and design custom-made, individualized planes for every pilot. That would totally work. It just might not be the most cost-effective option, though. Okay, so what do? One individualized plane for every pilot won't work, and one standardized plane for all pilots also isn't working. Is there another option? Well, that very smart researcher realized the solution. It wasn't the average measurements of the dimensions that was needed to design the plane, it was the range of dimensions. Because using a range, the planes could become adjustable. How many pilots can fit into a plane that's adjustable? Every single one. It's the reason why we have adjustable seats in our cars, because you can't just chop off someone's legs if they're too tall. It's so messy. Okay, now let's think about this in terms of curriculum. For years and years and years, we have been struggling with exactly the same problem. We've been trying to fit students into a standardized curricular plane. The error, though, is in the assumption in both of these scenarios is that the plane or the curriculum is static and that it's the pilots and the students that are malleable. The reality is that no one actually fits. We have designed curriculum for mythical green students based on averages of multi-dimensional people. Now, just like a plane, it's not cost-effective or efficient to design individualized, custom-made curriculum for every individual student, but we're also realizing that it's also impossible to have one standardized curriculum for every individual student. It is quite the dilemma. But what if we approached it in the same way? What if we stopped looking at the average and instead started to look at the range of our learners? What are their dimensions? But not in terms of what's missing, but instead, what do they bring? What are their stories? What are their histories? Or as my good friend Leighton calls it, their funds of knowledge. How do we find out and use what our students bring in all of their dimensions and design a curriculum that's adjustable just for them? This type of curriculum would allow all students to be successful. Every single one. But here's the kicker. In this part really got me. I was thinking about this one day and I was imagining a pilot like crawling into an adjustable plane. And I asked myself, who's making these adjustments? And then it hit me, the pilot. The pilot is making the adjustments. And then when I started thinking about my own students and I realized, wait a second, who's making the adjustments for them? It wasn't them, it was me. I was making the adjustments, the teacher. You know, we talk all the time about growth mindset and student agency, self-regulation of learning, and I realized that this is it. This is what we're talking about. How do we teach students to make the adjustments that they need so that they can fly the plane? We have been so focused on trying to get kids to fit into the plane that we've totally forgotten that fitting into the plane isn't even the goal. The goal is to fly it, to fly the plane. It's our job to teach them how to make the adjustments that they need. Once they figure that out, they can take that plane wherever they want. So this, my friends, is our job. How do we design an adjustable plane? How do we make curriculum responsive to our specific group of learners? There could be a billion answers to those questions. I'll leave you with this. What are you already doing? How are you already getting to know your learners, making adjustable curriculum, finding success for every single learner? This is the question I'll leave you with today. But then I'll say, are you ready to see the end of average?
Okay, we hope you enjoyed that. We are going to be asking you that question, that same question, in a few minutes. What are you already doing? So be thinking about that.
Welcome to 5 more minutes. Helpful videos in 5 minutes.
We're not watching it again. There we go. Okay.
So what we hope to do is to introduce and plant a seed and a mindset shift about how we think about students with disabilities. It's the idea of recognizing that barriers exist in the environment and the curriculum and not with the student. And that's a big shift for some of us to make. But we want to plant that seed, is thinking about what is happening in the environment rather than focusing on what can the student not do or what is wrong with the student that they can't access or do something. Let's think about what we can do to make that environment and that material more accessible. So we can really create on focusing on creating learning environments that are more inclusive, that really recognize that there are barriers to learning and that they are really not intrinsic to students. But let's go to this next slide. They can really be mitigated and addressed if we think about the design and the structure of the curriculum and also think about all the assistive technology and the tools and all these things that provide that flexibility and that access. So in terms of UDL, we're really looking at embracing that mindset. We can ask ourselves these really core questions about how we are designing our lessons and creating our learning environments. We can ask ourselves, how can I support my students' engagement with this learning? And that is, so these are the 3 tiers of UDL. We've got engagement, representation, and action and expression. And just at this top level, we can start asking ourselves, you know, how are we engaging our students? How will all of my students be able to perceive and make sense of the materials and the content? And then action and expression, we can ask ourselves, how will my students be able to demonstrate their learning and what they know and put it into practice? So we would like to know what you are already doing. You're doing a lot. You know, this isn't something, this is a universal design for learning, this framework, but we already know you're doing a lot. So what is it? What are you doing to provide adjustable and accessible curriculum for your students? We have, what we're going to do is a waterfall chat and answer that question. So for those of you in the Zoom room, go ahead and put in a word or two of what you're already doing now in terms of making things more universal. And then anybody in the room here, we'd love to hear what you think and what you do. Any volunteers?
Please, hold.
What do you do?
All right, we got one.
The mic's coming to you.
Ah!
It's the mic, not the camera. Mic, not the camera.
Yes.
We use text to speech for a lot of our materials. Our curriculum has that built in. We do flexible seating. Now my mind went blank. We don't use microphones because it makes the students nervous and then they forget what they're going to say.
Do you find the students really enjoy the flexible seating?
They do,
really
and
appreciate
it gives me some leverage in the classroom to help with behavior management too, because then they have to be behaving a certain way in order to use it. So yes, it works. And the fidgets, we have a lot of these fidgets throughout the classroom, the squeeze balls and highlighters, speech to text.
Wonderful.
Oh yes, we have the rubber bands for the bottom of our
Oh.
chairs for our students who get the wiggles, wobble chairs, and that's all I can think of right now.
That's a lot.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to share out? What are you already doing with using that universal design for learning lens for all your students? Yes.
I do. So the curriculum that we have, the study scene curriculum, has audiobooks. The book is read to them. So usually, when I assign the read, it's already embedded. So I'll have them follow along in their book, or they can follow along on their screen while I have it displayed on the screen while I'm reading through it. But I also like the preferential seating, because some of my students will like to sit on the floor in the corner, and I'm always like, okay, I'm allowing you to do this until you give me a reason not to. To set those boundaries, because sometimes they can take advantage of certain things. So but they love it, so they come to their seats, and then they will check in, and then it's like, okay, we're getting started, whether it's online learning or not, and then they start moving around. And then also, like, a lot of computer-based learning, a lot of them enjoy online. The dictation is also something that they use a lot, and teaching them how to, when they're writing a paper, like what the red means when it's underlined, the blue for grammar, and how to check those things, but also to not fully rely on them, because sometimes, like, when it's grammar, it's like, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. But just as an extra check. So those are some things that I can think of that I'm doing right now.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any takers on this side of the room?
Oh, yes.
Just to build off of her, I'm not sure who spoke. Thank you. It made me think. I do a lot of color coding. I teach math, so slope will always be the same color. And in their notes, when I'm writing on the board, I keep coming back to, okay, like, look at this color. This is what letter is slope. It's always the same. And then they will do online and paper based. Sometimes the assignments will be on our online program, and other times it'll be a worksheet that's both posted online and in person. So then some of them like to write on the screen. We use a program that lets them do the math on the screen. I think it's more difficult, but some of them really enjoy it. Yeah, that's
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Did we have anyone online in the Zoom room put anything in the chat for what they are currently doing?
So a couple answers were having icons around the classroom for students to use, and also when creating lessons, incorporating those visuals, audio, text, and short videos. This ensures that we satisfy most of our senses and that each student requires to be engaged. And we're working on getting the chat enabled for people on Zoom. So thank you for putting it in the Q&A.
Great. Okay. Well, we are, let's see, we're running a little bit ahead of time. So we've got a 10-minute break built in right now. So go ahead and get up, stretch, get ready for the next section, which is going to be a lot of information. And let's see, it is 9:16, so we'll return at 9:20, 9:17, 9:27.
9:27. About 9:30. Let's just make it an even 9:30.
Let's keep it easy. We'll do 9:30.
All right. All right, well, that is our timer. So we are going to get started again. For those of you on Zoom, we did drop the PDF of our slideshow into the chat, which I think is working again. So if that was something that you had requested. Also, it would be remiss if we did not say that captioning has been, is available if you're on Zoom, if that's something that you need to support your learning today. And is there anybody in here that would need captions that we would want to add right now? Are you guys okay? You can tell us because
yeah, we can run captions on
this
Google
slide
Slides
too.
if you want.
No, everybody good? Yes? No, nobody. Okay, I'm guessing we're all good. All right. Okay, here we go. We are now going to move into a little more defining and discussing, and we are going to start talking about accessibility and accessible educational materials. So the acronym for this is AIM, which stands for Accessible Educational Materials. And like we're going to do at the start of every one of our little sections here, we're going to take a little Olympic poll again, and we want to find out where you land with accessible educational materials. So reflect right now and rank yourself with your current understanding about AIM. So are you just getting started and learning more about AIM? Go ahead and give yourself a bronze medal. Have you attended some professional development, have begun working towards building a more accessible environment and more accessible materials for your students? Give yourself a silver medal. Or are you an accessibility rock star and consider access for all students? Give yourself a gold medal. So think about that, and Vanessa's going to launch that poll for us, and we will get some results. So here in the room, how many bronze medals do we have? Oh, look at, you guys are all teachers. This better be gold for all you teachers in here, I'm hoping. It's going to be our big one. Okay, how many silver medals? How many gold medals? Okay, wait, how are we, some of you not voting at all? You have to be one. You have to at least be bronze. Okay, so are you learning? Are you kind of figuring out a little bit more about accessible educational materials? Okay. How are we doing on our poll online? Okay, it's coming in.
We have some responses coming in. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the poll so we can get a good read of our podium. So here we go. So starting with bronze, 60% of our participants gave themselves a bronze medal. Moving on to silver, 26%. And at the tallest podium, gold, 14%.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, hopefully after we get through this again, like Jill had mentioned when we started talking about UDL, if you were one of those gold medal podium standers, then hopefully you'll get one little nugget or something new that will support continuing your journey. And for those of you that are a little bit newer to accessible educational materials, we hope that you will get a lot out of this next section. So we're going to start with a basic definition for accessibility. This one comes from the U.S. Department of Education, and it's actually from a document that just came out this past January, which is now, 2 months ago? That's crazy. All right, so accessibility, the design of applications, materials, devices, and environments that enables all learners to access equal information, engage in equal interactions, and enjoy equal services with substantially equivalent ease of use. So that definition really covers a lot. So we're going to look now at how AIM ties into this. So, straight from the U.S. Department of Education, accessible technologies refer to the hardware and software that provide learners with access to the content in accessible digital materials. These technologies are designed to be flexible and provide supports that benefit everyone. They are universally designed. So an example of this might be a word processing program with built-in features like allowing the user to use both a keyboard and also verbalize using speech to text, and also includes vision supports like zoom and color contrast options. So accessible educational materials Our print and technology-based educational materials, including printed and electronic textbooks and related core materials that are designed or enhanced in a way that makes them usable across the widest range of learner variability, regardless of the format. So whether or not it's in print, it's in digital, it's graphic, it's audio, it's video, it's going to hopefully make them usable to the widest range of learners. And again, this definition here on the screen comes straight from the U.S. Department of Education. So AEM is tied to, but not exclusively tied to, NIMAS, which is the National Instructional Materials Accessibility Standard, and NIMAC, which is the National Instructional Materials Access Center, to assure that qualifying students with print disabilities have access to textbooks and other core materials in an accessible format at the same time as their peers. And I know that one of you over here in the room today was talking about how you have those ready to go. Was that it? Right? Somebody said that. Who said that? One of you said that. You had the audiobook. Yes. All right, so but in order for that to happen, there needs to be a coordinated effort between the schools and NIMAC. So NIMAC is actually the safekeeper of all of those electronic files from the publishers. So it's also important to highlight that whether or not a student with disabilities qualifies for a NIMAS-derived materials, because some actually won't, the local school district or just even the school has the responsibility for supplying accessible versions to any student that has been identified as requiring them. So as educators, we need to learn a bit more about what we can do to make our materials accessible. So on a side note, if we are wearing our UDL hat, why not make accessible versions available to all? Remember, and I think this is kind of a mantra for us, is what is good for one can typically be a good option for all. All right, so here's just a little statement from the CAST AIMS Center. Accessible versions of educational materials, so again, AIM, may mean the difference between learning barriers and learning opportunities. I'm just gonna really like that quote. Do you want to say anything else about that quote? Or that statement? Okay. All right, so now we are gonna watch a video. This video is from Microsoft, and although we do not represent or endorse any particular platform, we are gonna be showing you a lot of different things today that will be crossing a lot of different platforms. So in this particular video, they have kind of put together a short little module that helps put AIM into perspective in terms of what we can start doing in our classrooms. So as you watch it, think of one thing that you already do or might be able to add into your material preparation that might become part of a routine that you could just start doing all of the time. So go ahead and play that video.
Information is always at your fingertips. We can access things with the speed of light and give instantaneous responses in email. These are all cultural expectations for many students, parents, and staff. Even though we have this technology and the ability to deliver information rapidly, some students and teachers are not getting equal access to information because we are not being thoughtful about how we format it.
As teachers, we have the opportunity to be proactive and build content for students from the beginning with accessibility in mind. You might think this doesn't apply to the average teacher because you might be thinking specifically about physical disabilities that are easy to see. But since 70% of disabilities are invisible, it is highly likely you do have a student or parent right now who will benefit from accessible content. With a few easy clicks, you can make sure that all students have the ability to access quality content efficiently and independently.
There are lots of technologies and resources available to help teachers make learning environments more inclusive and accessible. Here's how one teacher described how Skype benefited sign language users in her classroom.
It allows us to communicate directly through the use of British Sign Language, but also allows students to pick up and us to read the body language in a conversation and other social cues They're just as important when developing communication skills.
Another teacher wrote this about a student who uses Office Lens and OneNote.
She is now using Office Lens and OneNote to enable her access the work from all subjects at school. Rather than teachers having to read work to her, she is now becoming independent by scanning the handouts herself in Office Lens and then using the learning tools to read for her.
These are just two brief examples of how empowering it can be for students when teachers utilize inclusively designed tools in their classrooms. Occasionally, students do need to ask teachers or staff for materials to be adjusted to a format that works for them. For example, maybe they request closed captions be added to a video being seen in class. It seems like an easy fix to do after the fact. However, now that student must spend extra time watching that video again. This can add to the fatigue these students already deal with in their everyday lives. Students do not like to feel different from their peers and might prefer to go without rather than stand out.
We can eliminate all of these issues by creating content that is accessible from the beginning. We'll even save time later. Marley Matlin said it best when she said, "No one should ever have to ask for access. It should just be there." It is imperative that teachers recognize how they can avoid blocking some students from accessing materials and create a more inclusive environment for everyone. Teachers are the best recyclers. We reuse stuff from class to class if it fits the learning need. This doesn't always mean our materials are in a format that works for everyone.
What if a student with a hearing, visual, or cognitive disability walked into your class tomorrow? Are there things you'd need to adjust in your current lessons? How could you accommodate that student's needs?
There are a few easy tools and techniques teachers can use while they're developing lessons and content for students that take very little extra time and will become as habitual as running spell check. In this video series, we will show you some of the best tips for making sure all documents and materials can be accessible for everyone.
Oh, okay. Well, we can switch back again.
Okay, go.
Yeah. Let's. So to dive a little deeper into AIM and what accessible educational materials mean to us, we've got a website for you to access, and if you want to open it up right now, that's great. It is the National Center on Accessible Educational Materials. This is what the AIM Center looks like. So you'll notice up in the top left, you'll see the CAST logo as well. So for those of you super familiar with UDL, you know that CAST is the UDL
Hub.
the hub for all things UDL. And so they have this AIM Center, which is fabulous because it has wonderful resources for everybody, no matter what your position. And so if you go to this website, there's a number of places that you can go to get started really quickly. One of my favorites is just the getting started, especially if you're new to AIM and you just want to know, what does this mean to me? So if you go in and click on what's your role, and you find what your role might be, which is typically an educator, it gives you some really great places to start in terms of deepening your learning about AIM. You can start with accessible documents and learn more about how you can make the documents you're creating more accessible. You can learn more about vetting for accessibility if you're using apps and websites. So that's a great place to start. If you're ready to just dive in and learn about designing those materials, you could go into Create and do something like accessible documents. Want to know how to create more accessible documents. And it gives you step-by-step information on how to get started with that. Things like thinking about images and styles and links and that sort of thing. So this is a great site with just an absolute ton of materials for anybody who needs to dive deeper into AIM. So if you can, please go ahead now and take 5 minutes to explore this site and click on some of those areas that you want to dive deeper into. And I'm going to go ahead and use my little timer Chrome extension. You see, I don't know if you noticed before, for the break I use this. I can easily just check 5 minutes, and we'll see that visual timer across the screen there as the time ticks away. All right. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you discovered. We would like, for those of you here in person, to raise your hand. Where did you explore on the AIM site? What piqued your interest? What do you want to learn more about? What questions might you have? For those of you in Zoom, you can go ahead and drop that into the chat. What did you learn about? What do you want to learn more about with AIM?
Or any questions, maybe?
Yeah, any questions. There's a lot there on the website for sure. So hopefully you had a little peek of what's available there. You can go back when you've got time and dive deeper into those areas.
We have built in some, as obviously you guys saw, we have built in some of this exploration time throughout this day today, because we know a lot of times you guys go back to your classrooms and then you're like, oh my gosh, I never got to look at that. So hopefully as we continue moving through, you guys will have that lens when you have that time to go through. Leah or Lori, did anybody have anything to say in Zoom?
The accessible math page was interesting. Using immersive reader to support with math is new to me, but very interesting. And then also they really liked all the free resources. And then connecting UDL to the different parts of the brain was interesting.
Great. Thank you. We are going to talk a little bit about immersive reader later too, so that's great. Great tie-in. Okay, so moving forward.
Anyone else?
Someone else? Okay.
Something that I did explore and found out, it was in extension, the read and write. So I was browsing through this website and I opened a new window and I'm thinking, okay, was it only because of the website that it has to play and read aloud? No, this extension is actually for anything, any tab, and it could read, write, and I see highlighters, and it will be beneficial for students, definitely.
I'm glad you mentioned read and write, because we're going to learn a lot more about that later this afternoon.
There's another share out.
I was just looking at the Google Keep. I thought that would be interesting to try to use with some of my middle school students, especially in a self-contained class, trying to take notes and organize their thoughts. And I'm interested in learning more about this.
That one has a lot of features. I know a couple of teachers that I've worked with, when they start finding out all the different features and how it can incorporate into like the calendar and all, there's a lot there.
Anybody on this side of the room? Okay. Jessica?
Okay, great. Thank you everybody for sharing out. We appreciate your participation. So next we are going to be diving into the bigger topic for today, and that is assistive technology. Where do you land? Are you a gold medalist, a bronze medalist? Are you new, just getting started with what assistive technology is all about? And not just about the tools, but about the whole thing. Are you a silver medalist? Do you know a range of AT and you're becoming more comfortable with it and more comfortable talking at IEPs about it? Are you considered a rock star. In that case, you are a gold medalist and you use a team-based approach for considering AT for all your students who are on IEPs and 504s. So let's, in the Zoom, go ahead and tell us what you are. And for those of you in person here, let's see who is new or feels they're kind of just a beginner in the world of assistive technology. Go ahead and raise your hand. No newbies. How about the silver? Who's in it, knows about assistive technology, getting comfortable with it? All right. Who is a rock star? Got a couple of rock stars. Okay.
Nice.
So
Proud rock stars. It was like, yes.
yes. Well, for all of you, we hope we will be providing you with some valuable tools and resources to deepen your understanding of assistive technology and all of the legal aspects surrounding it as well. We are going to get the results from those on Zoom as well. Who have we got?
All right, I'm going to end the poll. And here we go. On the podium, bronze medalists, 46%.
Okay.
Silver, 47%. Gold, 8%.
Right. All right. So that is fabulous. We've got a whole range of people coming in at different lenses, different experience. We are going to cover some basics, and we're also going to go in deep. So even those of you who consider yourself gold medalists, hopefully we are going to share some new information for you as well. So we're going to start just by the definition of AT. And this comes from IDEA. It is assistive technology device, means any item, piece of equipment, product or system, whether acquired commercially, off the shelf, modified, customized, that is used to increase, maintain, or improve functional capabilities of an infant, toddler, or child with a disability. That includes a lot of things right there, that definition. And I think it's really important to really wrap our minds around that it's that increase, maintain, or improve. It can be any of those, not just one. So this is, AT is not a tool, not just a tool. It encompasses more than just the tool. Most of us think about AT and we think about the tool, but we need to expand that that definition within ourselves, because it actually includes more. And as educators and administrators and all of the other things, all the other people here in the room who are involved with children and their educations and their IEPs, we need to be thinking about AT as more of a continuum. So here we can see, so we've at Open Access, we have kind of taken the AT tool continuum, and we have made a giant continuum that encompasses really three major pots here: the tools, the strategies, and the services. So we're going to talk a little bit more deeply about that. So let's see. In addition to those conventional buckets of tools, which are no tech, no and low tech, mid tech, high tech, we really are looking at that range of strategies and services that are tailored to those individual needs. And let's see. These are really scaffolded. So these orange ones are the tools. In the middle are the strategies. And really, we're looking at adult directed, which is really, we're super involved in those strategies, teaching the students explicitly how to use things and how to use their strategies. And then we back off a little bit, and it's adult facilitated. So we start to scaffold. We start to, give students space to make their choices on how they're using their AT. And then finally, we get to student-owned, where we really hope that we get all of our students to, at some point, or as close to that as we can, where they are using their AT as independently as possible, as they can. Then we get into the blue bubbles, the blue bucket, and really these services include things like training, direct instruction, consultation and collaboration. Unlike traditional services, assistive technology is kind of unique, and it can look a bit different depending on the needs of the student, the family, and the IEP team. But when we look at this expanded continuum view really embraces kind of a more holistic approach when we start thinking about AT for our students. We are going to focus in on the tools, even though we said it's just not the tools. We are going to focus in on the tools because we need to get some clarification on what these are and what's good for our students. So we have in the low-tech area, these are typically readily available. Oftentimes they're inexpensive. They typically have no batteries or electricity. They could be things like a pencil grip, page holder, an AAC core board, graphic organizers. Things that actually things in this low tech. Wearing our UDL hat, these are great things for everybody. It's great to have all of these items readily available for our students who need them and have them as options for everybody. When we get to the center, the mid-tech, sometimes these are digital. Sometimes there's a power source involved, like battery or electric. It also can be like a built-in feature or software feature. These are things like talking calculators, audiobooks, spell checkers, voice output switch. When we look at high tech, we are often thinking of those sophisticated features that are digital or computer based. And often these are also built with flexible options and features so that it can really address a lot of issues that need to be addressed in terms of support. So it could be screen readers, speech to text, an AAC device. One of those multi-feature tools, one that was brought up early, was the read and write tool, and we would consider that a high-tech tool because it has so many wonderful features that are available. So falling under the umbrella of AT, we really want to know that AAC falls under AT. We like to kind of think of them as separate things, but it's all AT. I'm going to, pass this over to Jen.
Okay, so now, again, we are going to just jump into a little bit about AAC and some definitions. So again, we'd like to take a poll about where do you land. Are you just getting started again, learning more about what AAC is and the range of options out there? You'd give yourself a bronze. If you've, again, attended some professional development, you know a range of AAC tools and strategies that can support your students' communication needs, you'd give yourself a silver. And if you are a rock star and can support your students who utilize AAC across their day, not just when the speech pathologist comes into the classroom or takes your student out, we want to know if you guys are able to then continue to support your students with their tools and strategies throughout their day to give yourself a gold medal. So think about that for a minute. Vanessa's going to launch another poll, and the room, we put you guys on the spot. It's kind of hard when you're on the spot when we get to see how you rank yourself. But if you just play along with us, appreciate it. So how many of you are bronze medalists here in this room? Okay. All right, thank you. How about silver? Okay. And do we have any gold rock stars in here? Not yet. Maybe by the end of the day, tomorrow. Okay. All right. Vanessa, how's our poll looking?
Here we go. So AAC, 60% of our participants are standing on the bronze podium. 32% silver medalists, and 8% gold.
Those are my 8% SLPs out there, right? Wasn't that our who's in the room? We had 8% out there. Go speechies. Okay. Well, as we move forward here, again, I'm just going to reiterate that AAC is not just a tool. So again, falling under that assistive technology umbrella, there is a lot more to augmentative and alternative communication than just a tool. But again, and a lot of times that's the first thing that people think about is our student needs something, they need a tool. So really with augmentative and alternative communication, we want to really be thinking bigger. What are we really trying to accomplish? And sometimes a tool or a device is going to be part of the solution. Sometimes it's not, or sometimes it's in combination. So this is a definition of AAC. Augmentative and alternative communication is everything an individual uses to communicate or to enhance communication. Different strategies may be needed for different situations. Different tools might be as well, and also with different communication partners. So strategies and tools may be combined to meet a variety of communication needs. But the goal of augmentative and alternative communication is truly that our students can show what they know and understand, can build independence and autonomy, and can build relationships and social connection. That's what we want. So on the next slide, we just have a couple of examples of some tools ranging, again, from no tech, low tech, all the way through high tech. For those of you who aren't familiar with what these tools are, I'm just going to give you a quick little brief description of them. In the bottom right, we have what we would call a core words board. Those are readily available, and those represent the language that is most frequently occurring in students that are developing English. I will say that specifically to our culturally and linguistically diverse population, those core words are not the same in English as they are in Spanish. There are some of them are the same, but they are not all the same. So I just think it's important when you're introducing these core word boards that you are taking into account which words may not be core words in that student's home language and which ones are core words in English, and just figuring out how you're going to put those together to support that language development. Excuse me. On the bottom left is what we would call a mid-tech device. That is an example of what we call a GoTalk. That is a device where you would be switching out paper overlays, and it has a restricted number of levels on it that you can record. The one on the top left is what we call a step-by-step, and it's a sequencing switch. This is a great mid-tech tool because it does have a battery, and that's a tool that can support a variety of different communicative opportunities for kids in our classroom who may not be putting words together yet, either on a GoTalk potentially or one of the higher tech devices, or could be used as an on-the-fly. It's a very versatile tool. And then the one in the top middle, that is what we would call a dedicated communication device. This one is particularly from the Prentke-Romich company. It is called an Accent. When we get into some of our exploration a little bit later, I'll share a little bit more about those with you. But a lot of times when you have a high-tech device like that, it's either going to be running on a computer platform or it's going to be running on now an iPad or some sort of tablet. Okay, and currently the majority of our communication applications are iOS based, but that is also evolving quickly, and there now are more that are available cross-platform, and I'm going to share one of those with you when we get to our tools and resources this afternoon. So, do I want to jump back into this one? All right, so as school, well, do you guys have any questions so far? We're kind of at a little spot about assistive technology and AAC and just kind of introducing it? Anyone? Okay, so as schools and educators are moving towards being more inclusive, it really just, we wanted you to understand and feel confident and knowing how important it is that all of these things really work together to support access for our students. So they all make a little heart, as you guys can see, to reduce barriers. Yes?
So we have a question in the chat asking, so in a nutshell, if you had to distinguish between the two, what's the difference and the similarity between AT and AAC, elevator speech style?
Oh my gosh. Do you want to do it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is AAC. That is out of my wheelhouse because I am an assistive technology specialist. And when we're talking about communication, I defer to
speech pathologist.
The speech pathologist. But I also look at assistive technology for what I do is we often call it for educational productivity. So we're looking at things like supporting reading and writing and math and executive functioning, access, activities for daily living, rec and leisure, that sort of thing, where really AAC, you take over.
It's really about communication, and I think it's important that our speech and language pathologists are working, I think, again, with other professionals that can help support us as we're looking at the vision needs, the access needs of our students, because there are a lot of modifications and things that we can do to our AAC systems as we're developing those. But I do feel like AT is that broad and AAC because there's a lot of assistive technology that's not just communication or educational productivity. We have vision, vision supports and supports for our deaf and hard of hearing that are all still under that umbrella of AT. But I think, like Jill said, we're really focused on educational productivity for our assistive technology and communication for our students. Yes.
So then the AT in a nutshell would be a tool, support, or service for an educational output, skill based, whereas AAC is more communication output and engagement with their environment, surroundings, and peers. Is that?
I would say it works both ways. I would say it supports input and output because a lot of the research for AAC shows that providing input to our students in their augmentative communication system is just as important, if not more, before than the output. And I think
similar too. Yeah. So assistive technology can support access to the content, but it also supports the producing and demonstrating knowledge as well and understanding.
Another question here is, can AAC be universal, meaning immediately provided to a student, or is it assessment driven?
Okay, so I put on our philosophy and our hat from open access. We do believe that communication should be universally available, but what that might look like could be very different. We at Open Access firmly believe that providing students with that core language to start is really important, but then once a student is really needs more than that, then that should be individualized because it isn't a one size fits all. And if you aren't doing some type of feature matching and looking at what the needs of the student are and matching that with something, then a lot of times you end up with a big mismatch. An example just really quickly would be if I give a student an iPad with 45 icons on it because I think that student can handle, all my students can handle that and that's my universal tool. Well, what happens with the student that can't physically access more than 20 right now to start? Well, maybe if I gave them a key guard, but now I'm individualizing it and I'm making it work for that student, so it's not a universal tool. Now it has become a specialized tool for that student. So I think, yes, AAC, it should be available to everybody. The only prerequisite for AAC is that you're breathing, which is all of our students. So that is truly where you can start, but it doesn't mean that every single student can have, again, the same universal tool. That was my answer.
AAC is a popular topic, guys. We have some questions here. So how would you incorporate some of these AAC devices into state testing?
Okay, well, if that's the way the student is expressively demonstrating that's the way they are demonstrating what they know and understand, then that should be able to be used in the state testing. I know we actually went through some of those accommodations, but that is allowed. So I just think it's important, first of all, that before you introduce it into using it in state testing, our students have to know how to use it, right? So I think we're gonna talk about that a little bit later too, that there are some great accommodations that can be used for testing. But if they don't know what they are, you can't turn them on the day of testing and expect them to complete their tests.
And along those same lines, are there any online programs, platforms that you've seen used that might prepare students for assessment tools such as speech to text, highlighting tools, etc.?
Read that one again.
To me, it sounds more like AT.
Yeah.
So, what are some programs, platforms, services that might be available to prepare students for assessment support, such as speech to text, highlighting tools, etc.?
Right. Well, we will be covering some of that in the afternoon session, so that's great. But there are many resources online and available, so that, for instance, if you've determined that a student needs and requires text to speech, there are plenty of ways for that student to have text to speech on their Chromebook, on their iPad, so that they can practice that skill.
I would like to add also that for practitioners that are joining us, both special education and general education, a good starting point is the California Accessibility Resources Matrix for the UDA's Universal Tools, Designated Supports, and Accommodations. So that will let you know what is available for statewide assessment. We know that universal tools and designated supports are available for all students, including those that do not have an IEP or a 504. Accommodations are reserved solely for kiddos who have an active 504 and an active IEP. But if you'd like to explore what some of those allowable resources under the U's and the D's, you can access the Accessibility Resource Matrix. Lupita's dropping it into the chat for your reference. And then the accommodations portion of that document will guide you as to what could be available through all statewide assessment, whether it be the LPAC, Alt-LPAC, the CAA, or the SPAC.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Anybody else have any thoughts to add? Any additional questions as we get through that definition section? No?
I do want to make a comment on this graphic, though, because we really do see the UDL, the AT, and the AEM, and where they intersect and overlap. And we know that definitions and ideas about these frameworks, they can overlap, they can intersect. You're going to see when you're looking at UDL supports, hey, that looks like an AT support. When you're in, oh, that could be a UDL. Oh, this is AIM. There are some really blurry lines, and that's actually a really good thing. Like, I love it. I love that technology has gotten to the point where so much is built into our everyday. I mean, think about what's on your phone. We use word prediction. We use text to speech, all the things on our phones, and we choose when we use them at different times, at different contexts. When you're in the grocery store, you might not have your speaker on. You might have, well, you might.
Some people do.
Some people do. But you're going to choose what type of feature you use depending on what you're doing in your context, right? How long it is. Have you ever started texting a friend and you're like texting, and you're like, wow, this is getting really long. I'm just going to call, right? I do that all the time. Yeah. No one wants a text that big. So what's interesting is these features that we now use on all of our devices every day, these have been around a long time. So we think they just came up with cell phones and the devices we use, but the reality is all these things like word prediction, text to speech, speech recognition, these have been around for decades, and it was people with disabilities who were really pushing the technologies and the access in those early stages. So it used to be, a number of years ago, if you wanted any of those types of features, it was going to cost a lot of money for a student. They were going to have a laptop or a computer purchased with very expensive software that had word prediction or that had text to speech. And the exciting thing right now in technology is it's accessible to everybody, these features. And that's where these intersections to UDL come in, is if we've all got these tools and they're on every device, we know it's not just the students on IEPs and 504s that benefit from these features, right? So, the more we can make things available to everybody, I think the better. And I was going to mention AI, but I'm not going to mention AI because that's a whole other day. But yeah, so that's that's the next thing. Well, it's bubbling up. It's here. So that's gonna be another bubble
thing
at some point. But so let's see, where are we in timing here?
We're pretty good, so I think we can take another break. Ready?
Okay, is everybody ready for another break? We're giving it in small chunks today. Okay, so another 10-minute break.
All right. We are going to bring you back and continue along our learning path for today. All right, so we are now going to dive into some myths and facts around AT. So when I was talking about earlier, hot off the press, this is the document, or a document that just came out from the U.S. Department of Education in January. And we're going to start you guys out with this section with an opportunity to read what they've called the Dear Colleague letter. There is an English version and a Spanish version that are on the website. So we are going to have them drop both of those in the chat. And if you want to choose one or the other, I don't think it's translated right now into any other language, but go ahead and open that up. And we're going to give you about 5 minutes to read through this Dear Colleague letter. And as you read through this letter, we'd like you to highlight or make a note of anything that resonates with you or that you might have questions about. And as we move through the next section, hopefully we'll see that we get some of those questions answered. And if not, then we definitely want to make sure that we can have some discussion around those things that might need some additional clarification. So if you guys can take a minute and open that up, we're going to, again, set another timer for 5 minutes and give you an opportunity to read that Dear Colleague letter. All right. Hopefully that gave everyone enough time to get to that document and to read it and to make some notes or highlight things that, again, maybe resonated with you or that you might have questions about as we move forward. Okay, this is the exciting part of the day where we are going to take some time to dive into these myths and facts around AT. We really wanted to try and make this as interactive as we could for those of you on Zoom and also for those of you here in person, and it may just blow up, but hopefully not. Hopefully this will be fun and you can see how much fun we wanted it to be. So for those of you on Zoom, we want you to take a moment and find these 3 emoji reactions in the control bar. So if you go to the reactions, the thumbs up and thumbs down, I think, show up right away. And if there's like a little search bar, and if you type the word question, not question mark, but question, into the search bar and then select that red question mark, right now it's going to be easily accessible in your recent reactions. For those of you in person, we have handed you a reaction stick. That was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into making that, as you can see. Thanks to Ace Hardware for just giving me all of those paint sticks when I walked in and said, "Can I have 30?" He was like, "Sure, here you go." Anyway, so if you will see on your reaction sticks that you have a thumbs up on one side, a thumbs down on the other side, and then on the flip side, you have that red question mark. So, does everybody have all their parts to their stick? Okay, good. All right, so as we go through this section, we're gonna ask you to hold up or to post the emoji that reflects what you think or what your guess is. So as we do this, we're gonna give you a statement on the slide. We're gonna read it aloud and then ask you all to either give us a thumbs up if you think that it's true, if it's a fact, a thumbs down if you think that the statement is false or a myth, or a question mark if you're not sure. All right. We want you to not stress about writing any of these down or even our explanations of them, because we really, well, we're going to work through each slide, but then we're going to be giving you a link to actually the document, and it's going to have everything you need in it at the end of the day today. So we just wanted to keep you here with us. So turn it over to Jill.
Okay, here we go. The first one. Assistive technology should be considered at all individualized education program IEP team meetings. In the room, I'm seeing thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry. Grand reveal.
Under review. Okay. Thumbs up online. All right. So, yep, the fact is that each time we need to, we're in the, not just annual, but we're developing, reviewing, revising an IEP. The team must consider whether the child needs those devices. And further, when an IE team determines AT devices and services are required to enable the child to receive a free, appropriate public education, the local educational agency, the LEA, is responsible for providing and maintaining the AT device and providing any necessary service. The IEP team has discretion in determining the type of AT device and service that the child needs to receive that benefit. Specifically, IEPs must include a statement of the special education and related services and supplementary aids and services, which may include those AT devices and services. Let's see. I think that's all we want to say on this one. We know we got to do it.
And it doesn't mean just check the box.
Doesn't mean just check the box.
No, you cannot just check the box. or forget to check the box for that matter. Okay.
So the next one, providing AT devices and services is optional under IDEA, and the LEA does not have to provide AT devices and services if there are no funds available for the device or service. It's about funding. I see lots of thumbs down. That's right.
How do we feel online?
It's not
thumbs
optional.
Down?
It is not optional.
Thumbs down, yep.
Right. So teams must consider and fully fund the AT devices and services. So let's see. They must be funded. Teams determine, let's see, the IEP team determines that they are required. Then we've got to fund those. Let's see. We have here as AAC.
Yeah, and so if you're considering an AAC device, those decisions truly are team-based decisions, and they are individualized for the student. So if once that is determined based on their needs to be the specific tool that the student requires in order to meet those needs, then that the school district is ultimately responsible for that purchase. Okay.
Providing an AT device to a child with a disability satisfies the IDEA's AT requirements. So just providing that device. We've got some
Overwhelming.
mixes in here,
Everybody?
right? Okay. It is,
That is correct. That is a myth. It's
yep,
not
it is
true.
a myth. It is not just the device. We talked about that earlier.
We
AT is
did.
not just a tool,
No.
didn't we? While providing the needed AT device is a critical component of meeting the requirement, AT services are important and must be considered by a child's IEP team because they directly assist a child with a disability in the selection, acquisition, or use of that AT device. So AT services also ensure that parents, families, teachers, related service providers receive training on how to use and implement the device, as well as ensure coordination so that the AT device provided to the child can be used correctly and consistently in both school, at home, across all the environments that the AT is needed. For example, if the IEP team determines that a child needs a pencil grip, one of those little things that goes on a pencil to help you, write, grip it, and it's going to improve that child's grasp and writing, that AT needs to be provided probably in every environment that the student is needing to write, right? So, so let's see. If that student needs training on how to use it or implementation, that potentially could even be a service for as something as easy as a pencil grip. Providing like the child's parents training on the correct way to use it, the other teachers maybe in other environments across the school site.
I think that was really important,
How to implement.
especially with AAC. Even when we're talking about some of our low-tech tools and even strategies, things like aided language, which is where we're modeling for our student on those systems, whether it's a low-tech or a high-tech system. I have unfortunately come across a lot of parents who say that they've been given something and they say use it, but there hasn't been that training component. So if we don't have that and we don't build that in as part of our service, then we're missing a really big piece of our puzzle for that implementation. Yes.
So is that documented as service minutes, or is it part of accommodations for the student? How might that be documented? Is there a correct way?
For AAC, are we talking? Or anything?
For like the pencil grip or the speech to text and training the parent, the student, service providers.
Okay, well, I will say that's kind of a loaded question because it depends who is going to then be providing that service. So for speech and language pathologists, I've seen it where if I'm the SLP that's providing that direct service for AAC, I may have two different services listed under direct service, or my training and consulting may go up in consultation minutes separate from my direct service to that student.
But it's individual, so depending on what teams need.
Right. And I would say that those, like
Yeah,
for example, pencil grip and those types of things are going to be written in. I mean, they're all going to be written into special factors and accommodations.
Special factors, yeah, we're going to
talk about that a little bit. Too. But yes, does that answer that? Okay. Anybody else have any questions or thoughts on that? No. Okay. Where are you at?
Oh, there we go. An AT. Oh, this is a good one. Near and dear to our hearts.
Both of our hearts.
An AT evaluation must be conducted prior to providing an AT device and service to a child with a disability.
What do we think about that?
This is a trick question because there's a lot of things happening out there.
Oh, we got a mix.
Yep. This is a big one. We've got mixed in here. How about online? Do we have mixed?
Yeah, she said mixed.
Yep. This is a.
Oh, all right. All right, here we go.
Okay. So fact, an AT assessment can be included, but it's not required under IDEA. And we're going to go in deep on this one. after lunch when we talk about AT consideration. So the specific AT devices and service needed by a child with a disability are determined if they're determined appropriate by the IEP team based on the child's needs, then we can move forward with that. So many AT devices and services can be provided without that assessment or evaluation. For example, a graphic organizer that assists a child to categorize ideas into topics, subtopics, and supporting facts generally would not require an evaluation prior to its use. An AT evaluation or assessment may be needed for a child when it comes to determining appropriate AT device that the child needs throughout the school day, such as maybe text-to-speech that might require assessment, may not, it doesn't need to be. IDEA calls this a functional evaluation of the child in the child's customary environment. And an AT evaluation may be included as part of like an initial evaluation or reevaluation. It could be a standalone. You might get a request from a parent to do an AT assessment. We all know that if it does get to the assessment point, that we need an assessment plan signed by the parent. That's super important. So let's see. But sometimes what we do know, and we'll go in deeper this afternoon about when an IEP team is just talking and considering AT, you might find that you don't have enough information or data. And so one of the outcomes of AT consideration is, hey, I think we might need to do an assessment. So, but what we have heard over the years and across districts and areas is there sometimes are mindsets with either administration, changing staff, people's prior understanding that everything about AT needs an assessment. And we just want to dispel that myth.
And I just would like to say in regards to AAC, again, if something is going to be an individualized tool or system that is going to then go with that student, something that is not a universal support in that classroom, then it really is important that some type of needs assessment be done that is going to include how the student communicates. So what are their means for communication? What are they communicating for? We call that their functions, and that their individual needs are considered in a variety of different areas. We need to know their motor access, what their needs are there. We need to know their sensory and perceptual needs, their cognitive, linguistic, and their social and strategic needs, all really important to then look at those needs and then match those with some type of tool or system that is going to help set them up for success. We know that for most of our students, if there is, again, a mismatch there, then that's where we run into trouble with devices sitting on shelves and teams not being comfortable supporting those students. So we know that those needs are really important to take into consideration. And I firmly believe that an SLP should be the lead in doing that AAC needs assessment, as they are the professional with the communication and language background. However, it's not good to do it in isolation. Like we talked about, it's great to have our AT specialists involved in that to support us with different access or different access needs, or maybe different sensory needs. We might need our VI or TVI in there with us. So even though the SLP really is the one coming in with that language and communication background, again, we're a team, and we need to make sure that we have everybody playing on that team for the best outcomes for our students. Okay. Green shirt, squeaky shoes. What do you have to say?
You have a question?
What's your name? Bobby, sorry. Green shoes, yeah, that was it. Well, do you want to add something?
Hold on, Bobby. Hold on.
Oh, sorry, we forgot. You won't be on film, we promise, he said.
Okay, tell me. I'll talk it.
Forgot.
See, the mic
Darn
makes
it,
people
see?
forget things. Okay, if you remember, let us know.
Okay. All right, does anybody have anything to add, though, thoughts on that? Or is there anybody maybe online that has any comments that wants to chime in? Okay. All right. Yeah, like you don't need an assessment for a pencil grip, right?
Yeah. And I have to say, over 25 years when I was doing AT, I cannot tell you how many referrals came in for pencil grips or a reading window, just a little plastic, just the or graphic organizer. Because again, some of these AT that we're talking about that are so no tech, these are good universal tools and strategies for all students. So part of that just comes down to just knowing what are good teaching strategies, right? However, I'm just going to make a caveat. I'm going to go off a little bit here.
Okay.
Topic is because this is coming up too. Is what we're seeing too is our teams not documenting AT on the IEP when it's a no low tech thing that's available to all students. I've also seen where a district has purchased Read and Write for their entire student body, and when it comes to an IEP, we know a particular specific student needs Read and Write. They're saying, no, we're not going to document it on the IEP because it's universally available to all of our students. I'm like, no, yes, that's great, that's wonderful, but this student needs it. It needs to be documented on the IEP. So we're coming across that out there as well. But we'll talk a little bit more about that sort of stuff after lunch too. All right, let's go. So LEAs have an obligation to provide AT training to a child, educators, and to their families. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
What do we think?
We've got thumbs up across the board. We've got thumbs up in Zoom.
All right.
So the team really is responsible, and so much of the implementation part of AT is that training that has to happen. And so let's see. For example, if the IEP team determines that a young child who is nonverbal needs an AAC communication device to support the child's communication with teachers and related service providers or other children, to ensure that child can successfully use that AC device, the IEP team needs to consider the potential and potentially provide those services, including but not limited to selecting that device, that evaluation and selecting, and all of the assistance that child will need with that device and that team needs. So training and technical assistance for the teachers, the staff, and everybody involved really needs to happen. And Jen, do you have
what else
something
I wanted
to
to add
say?
there? I just think that this kind of takes us back to that AT continuum that Jill talked about in the beginning, that it's not just giving the tool, but then it's also we're working with the student for them to develop from that to that point where they're really knowing when they can use their tool and how they can use their tool, and also that continuum of services. What are we providing to them to get started, to then train their families, to then work with work with all of you, our teachers in their classrooms on how we can be utilizing their systems all day, every day. Because we know, again, that communication doesn't happen. Doesn't happen outside in the speech room for 30 minutes twice a week. It happens in the classroom with you guys all day long. So I think that support that we can provide as SLPs, really going into your classrooms and working together as a team to really build those opportunities, those meaningful opportunities for our students who do need some type of augmentative or alternative communication system is really where the money's at.
And also to tie into that with the more assistive technology for educational productivity, just because our students are digital natives and they've all been on iPads and all the things since they were very young, does not mean they know how to use these tools. And so it's always surprising to me when hear from a teacher like, oh yeah, my students got great tech tools and we're working on getting things set up. And when I sit down with a student, and go into that toolbar and all the features and all the different options, they don't know what's there. They haven't been using them. And sometimes the teachers don't know either. So don't think just because we have digital natives that they know all the tools when they open a Google Doc. Okay, AT always involves an electronic device and is always high tech. We better see lots of them.
They're so smart.
Yes. We
All I know is
this.
the people in here are really, really good at this. I don't know
Yes.
about online, but we're good
Everybody's
here.
okay. And we
all right, yes.
And we know this. We've covered this. So yes, we know that many, many things are not high tech. Visual schedules, calendars, binder clips, squishy balls, stickers, all these things can be AT. Next one. AT devices and services should be only considered for children with certain disabilities. Certain disabilities. Yep, good. We kind of covered this a little bit. Yeah, everybody's got the thumbs down. Zoom is saying no. You're right. Yes, there are some misconceptions out there that only children with certain disabilities are involved here. So we really need to consider those services for all students. For those specifically, those crucial activities, can include but not limited to communicating, hearing, writing, typing, attending, walking, all those academic skills, daily living skills. Okay, do we want to do the example of the AAC? I have written down, can't see it. No, that's okay. AT device, let's see. AT devices and services are provided in the academic classroom and across all environments. We've got thumbs up everywhere. Thumbs up, thumbs up. All right, fact. Yes, a learner's AT device should be used across all environments where it's appropriate to improve both to improve the child's use of the AT as well as to ensure the child is provided the required support throughout the day. So anywhere that AT is needed. There used to be a day when Chromebooks first came out on the scene and things were districts and administrators were saying, no, you can't take that home. No, the AT must stay in the school environment. So we know that it's needed in all environments and home as well.
And I think about that with specifically for AAC. So you say, a child is going to utilize that to communicate across their school day, but then they go home, they're not talking apparently, or they're not saying they need help with their math or whatever other activity they're doing at home, or even just having conversations, which is, again, building relationships and social interaction. And I know that there are, unfortunately, some districts out there that still don't want to send those devices home, but I think it's really important to know that just like the Chromebook, if that's their voice and that's what they're using, then that should be available in all settings, including home.
Okay, the next one. And again, remember these statements, these myths or statements are coming directly from the U.S. Department of Education as well as these answers. Accessible technology and AT are the same thing.
Okay, we got a mix. We got some thumbs up, some thumbs down. Oh, we're mixing. All right.
Yep. So
that's a myth.
The fact is, according to the U.S. Department of Education, is that accessible technology and AT are not the same thing. And so there's this little, and again, there is a lot of crossover when we're talking about access. But the accessible technology is really describing the technology that is designed in a way to support different users. While AT is a term that describes a piece of technology that is selected to perform a specific task. So for instance, Think about a Chromebook could be considered accessible technology. It was designed in a way to support many different users. It's a piece of equipment. We wouldn't necessarily call a Chromebook AT, but we would call some of the features that we use on it AT. Okay. AT, universal design for learning, and AEM are all different things.
We better know this now, guys. Come on.
They're all different. Yes, they're all different. There's some blurry lines, but they're all kind of different. They all have their own unique purpose and definitions under federal law. Using AT devices and services will not improve a child's outcomes. They won't. No. Oh, is that false? Oh, it's false. Yes, it's false.
Woo!
Fact. The research is in, everybody. Research demonstrates that the use of AT devices and service does, in fact, improve outcomes in all settings. And this is fabulous because we have encountered this over the years where either a staff or parents even will have the mindset that they do not want their child to be using AT because it might hinder some other skill that they're acquiring. But the research really does show that it supports children with disabilities and can really have a big impact. AT can address reading challenges and provide options for accessing information, customizing the display. It may also reduce writing challenges by providing options for expressing those thoughts and knowledge. And so yeah, there's a lot of benefits, and Jen has something to say about AAC.
So and for AAC specifically, when you're considering voice output, so when you're moving to some type of more high-tech system, there is a big myth out there that a lot of times is with parents that if they're going to use that voice output, that's going to make them stop speaking. But the research is that actually helps promote verbal speech for a lot of different reasons. It supports the development. It gives a good model. And you have to remember, too, that if somebody can say something, they're going to say it because that's the fastest and easiest way to do it. So think about if I just wanted to say, I'm starving, which we're not quite there yet, but if I'm starving, to type something out like that on a device versus just being able to be like, or making get you that information some other way, even if it's not perfect in words, that's always going to be faster in the path of least resistance. So it's not going to stop a student from developing that verbal speech if they can do that. And we have a reference regarding some AAC myths that is on the Toby Dynabox website, which we're going to give to you. It's going to be part of this document that we give you at the end, and it's called Busting AAC Myths. So that's a great place. If you haven't seen that and you have SLPs that you want to share that with that may not have seen that, please feel free to share that.
So the next one, the use of AT devices lowers a child's motivation because it does the work for them. We've got
Good.
thumbs. All right, we've got thumbs down all across. Yes.
Nice.
Okay. So research is also in about this. The research shows that AT devices and services for children actually help keep them engaged in their schoolwork. Specifically, there's some data around children who reported being able to listen to text through their AT devices while also reading assisted in comprehension and completion of assignments. Let's see. Teachers and parents also found that AT was very important and extremely important in keeping their children motivated. So we find that occasionally students can be unmotivated, but we have to look at the core reason for that. and really dive deeper into why aren't they using the tool? Do they need more training with the tool? Are they understanding how this can benefit them? So if we don't want to abandon AT right away. If we just noticed one time that the student's not using it, oh, they must they're not motivated. We really have to dive deeper and to make sure that those training and services are happening so that they understand to how it can benefit them.
I literally just had like a epiphany right here. I was just thinking back to my older daughter in 4th grade where she had to read this like newspaper thing and then answer all of these questions, and it was like hours that I sat at this table with her. I'm like, that's terrible. She would have been using speech to text. We would have been done in 10 minutes. That's terrible. Yeah. Know better, do better for my grandchildren now, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, and the motivation issue is like really, truly, like most kids, they want to do the work. They want to complete the work. They want to do things. So again, wearing our UDL hat, when we have a tool that's available to everybody and the student who needs the AT isn't, standing out, singled out, that's an even better atmosphere. And that's really when we're talking about universally designing your space and your environment. And I have been so grateful to see that in practice in classrooms, to see where my student who I went in to observe to see if they were using their text-to-speech tool, that it was available to all the students, and the teacher was prompting all the students to use it. So yeah, it's really important when we talk about some of these more universally designed tools that we provide these for our students. If a child doesn't want to use the AT, a teacher doesn't need to follow up and model or encourage the child to use the AT. Kind of covered this a little bit, right?
Yeah, just kind of
thumbs down, absolutely. There's just a variety of reasons they may not want to use it. It might not be the right one, it's true, but they might not have had enough training or understand how to use it and when to use it. Let's see. What comes into play here is that, especially if you start to see that there's problems with implementation, the IEP team should really develop an implementation plan to really work through, figure out the root cause, figure out why the learner might be refusing, and determine some strategies in order to make it happen. So implementation plans are really important for assistive technology. And I know Jen has some things to say about AAC as well.
Yeah, especially for our students that are just starting out to potentially be, and we might say it, talking in pictures, it's really important to remember that this is really a new language. It is different than verbal or spoken language. There's rules for navigation, meaning how they're going to get to the different words that are in that system. They're going to have to learn that. They're going to have to learn where the concepts of the words that they've heard now, how are they going to be represented visually with symbols. And we know that takes a lot of modeling to provide our students with that receptive input, which is then going to help support their understanding of their system and then being able to express with it. And I think it's not okay to assume that just because you've given a student a device or you've even given them something no tech, that because they're not using it yet for expressive purposes, that they're not necessarily not wanting to use it. It just means that they probably need more understanding and receptive input. One of my favorite, I don't know, it's just a thing to say, is that if we remember with our typical developing children, we literally speak to them for almost 2 years before we really expect actual words to come out of them that we've been modeling for them, right? So think about that the next time you have a student where they've got a new device, or you're just introducing like a core board and you model on it a couple times and you're like, yeah, they're not touching it. Guess they don't really want to use it. So we give our other kids 2 years of modeling before we expect anything really back from them. And I think that that's really powerful, because these kids are learning an entire new language, not exactly the same one that we're speaking. And to not give them that opportunity to get that receptive input is awful. Okay, so we just need to remember that, and hopefully that will sit powerfully with you guys as well. All right.
The next one, when children are using their own devices for AT, there is less responsibility on the school or educator. So if they bring their own thing to school.
Thumbs down. All right.
Thumbs down. AT, yes, thumbs down on
Yep,
Zoom
on
too.
Zoom too.
AT devices and service written into the IP are the responsibility of the LEA. And yes, and there may be flexibility if the parent and LEA agree on using a child's device instead of using the LEA's device. And we know we've come across that a number of times, that we can come to some agreements with some of these things. But we've also had situations where the school might have one device and home might have another, and it's all
Yes. Hey JC, the battery on this one is getting low. Do you have is it not plugged in?
Oh, battery's fine. It's just
I was looking at the battery.
This is fine. Fine.
Okay.
So let's see.
We're good.
Yep, and
Okay.
for Jen, I mean, for AAC, sometimes students do come with devices that the students have already had or parents have purchased or medical funding has purchased. In these cases, it's a bonus if the school team and the parents can come to an agreement and work together and figure out how the student can have their device in all the settings that they need. Okay, we're getting there. We're on 15 of 18, and lunch is only 9 minutes away. So we have AT devices do not. Oh, I love this one. AT devices do not need to be approved by an LEA's Informational Technology Department. They don't need to It's a kind of a little trick question there.
We're just trying to see if you're awake.
Yeah, are you awake? They do not need to be approved. And you might say yes, but some of you might say yes
have
because
an IT department that
you may have gotten that message that they do need to be approved.
Correct. Okay, so now that you said that, the IT team, he said the IT team may have to sign off on it, but it's not their decision on what you're recommending, in so many words.
But they're not the final say. The IEP team determines what AT is needed, and this brings up the importance of communication and building relationships. So if you're working with students with disabilities, which most of you are here, and you have AT that you're dealing with, it is so important for you to know who your IT person is and develop that relationship and understanding so you can work together, because there have been times in our long careers where we have run up against like kind of the paperwork process of purchasing something, and it has to go through these different signatures. It would get to the IT and they'd be like, nope, and we're like, this is IEP driven.
Yes.
You must
get to tell us no.
No. So we had to work hard on really educate. We have to know too. That IT does have concerns about some things, safety, security, all those things. So that's the lens that they're often looking through. We want to get the tool into the student's hand as fast as we can. We know that they need it. The IEP team has decided this, and it's written on the IEP. So we have to work with our IT teams. Yes. Question in the back.
So I want to add that it's also critical for the teams to be able to have some of these difficult conversations. And one of the ways that we have these difficult conversations, but necessary conversations, is by depersonalizing it. And I think it's great that we have access to this FAQ document from the U.S. Department of Ed.
Yes, I know.
That we can be like, hey, I don't know if you were aware, but slides paper across the table,
Yes.
right? So
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
love tools like that, and I
Yeah.
thank you both for including this in the presentation.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've seen this happen with some AAC tools, especially when we get into some of the higher tech ones where maybe we've, through our needs assessment and through trials, we've, a student really takes to a certain device with a specific application on it. And then I've had teams tell me that the IT team says, well, no, we don't do Apple products. It's like, well, unfortunately, that we have to then educate about the fact that these aren't available on, this is not available on a different platform. So that is just, again, I think developing those relationships and finding those people in IT that you can work with and that you can have those conversations with and educate them, because like Jill said, they're looking at it at a different lens. So
absolutely. Okay, infants, toddlers, and their families also benefit from AT devices and services. How about the little ones? Do they get AT too?
Yes, thumbs up.
Yeah. They really can. Thumbs up all around. That's great. So yeah, we really need to include those populations too when we're thinking. If any of you work with the littles, then we're thinking about AT, especially communication at that point too, right?
Yes.
Do you have anything else you want to say? No. Okay. Let's go to the next to last, I think.
Oh,
wait.
What happened?
Oh, uh-oh. 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 Wait, next one.
We lost it.
Oh.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry.
Ooh, I did I gave you the answer. The animation.
Oh, let's go back. That's funny.
No.
What do you think the question is?
AT.
Anyone?
Okay, the statement is AT is always expensive. We know this one is not. We've been talking about this all morning. It can be a Post-it note, which is not too expensive. So it really is any item, piece of equipment, product or system, all that, right? So it does not have to be expensive. All right. 18, there are limited funding sources for AT devices and services.
Oh, it all just went on there too.
Oh, it did. Oh,
we must have been getting
giving
tired.
Oh, no, I'm so
It's okay, it's fine. That's
sorry.
right.
The reality is there are multiple funding sources for AT devices and services. So if you're one of the lucky ones, you might even have a AT lending library of your own, either at your district or your SELPA, or we were lucky enough to have developed at our in our county, a really amazing AT library. So anytime, and we had an AT group, so there were a number of us. So we could check out things from the library, do trials, take to IEPs and show people the actual things.
Do any of you guys have AT
libraries?
Lending libraries?
No libraries.
We have talked about it, and I know we're building some of it. We have a couple of Chromebooks that came in recently. We also have some iPads that came in recently, and now we just have to load them up with multiple tools to try out. But we do have available like line readers, pencils, pencil grips.
Great.
We do a lot of collaboration with our OT.
Yes.
So they do some trainings with that as well. But we're definitely looking at building that so that we can trial things out as part of our AT considered process. And then also, if necessary, for those assessments, including formal and informal types of assessment to determine what would be more appropriate based on what the student needs and their preference.
Do you want to? Oh, there are state organizations all throughout California who have libraries as well. It's a little bit more of a process to request something from one of those organizations, but they are out there. Also, much of the current educational productivity type of AT, like text-to-speech, that sort of thing, and products related to that, oftentimes they'll give you a 30-day trial. So we can always do that route as well. That being said, AAC funding can be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it can. I mean, depending. I mean, I think it really depends on what the recommended system is. I mean, right now to get an iPad with an application is not, and maybe a case is not as expensive. But if you have a student that needs a dedicated system that maybe has a more complex body and is going to need, for example, eye tracking, those types of systems are typically a lot more money. And so we can work with families to help them with their medical insurance to get it privately paid. And there's a couple of other different ways to do that, or a couple of other different. The phone company has their own kind of pot of money for AAC. So there are different avenues for funding, especially when you get to those devices. But ultimately, if those were not accepted, then that's still, if that was those were the features that the student needed, then that would ultimately, again, come back to the school district.
Okay, so we are so grateful that you participated.
Yes, thank you for
that,
using your reaction sticks.
because it was a lot of information and keep you engaged and see where you're at with everything. We do have the document for you, both in English and in Spanish. This is that document that you'll want to save and maybe print and have available at your IEPs when you're talking about assistive technology. And the myths and facts that we just covered were actually not all of them. We just picked them. There are a number more that you might be interested in. And with that, we are moving into our lunch break. So we're just about right on time. We're going to do 11:30 to 12:30. So stretch, eat, hydrate, and we'll see you back in an hour. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome back after lunch. Hopefully you had a good lunch. The weather is beautiful here. I know people got out and walked around, so that is lovely. Big change from the rain that we have been having up where we came down from. All right, so here we are on our learning path for today. We are now at AT consideration, where we really want to go into intentional considerations for all students. So just like this morning, you guys know the drill. We want you to take our poll for AT consideration. Where do you land? Would you give yourself a bronze medal? So you're not really sure what it is, or you don't really spend time doing this as part of your team? Or silver, where the team has brief conversations but not consistently, and only at maybe some of your IEP meetings? Or are you on teams where you guys are rocking and rolling, where you are doing a consistent team-based AT consideration at every IEP meeting? So Vanessa's launching that poll, and then how about the room? What do we have? Do we have anybody with a bronze medal who isn't really sure what you got a question mark from the crowd? No, not really sure what it is. Okay, how about team has brief conversations, or did you want to say something, Bobby? Okay. Okay.
Yes, so that's so I would consider yourself a bronze if you go through this really quickly. You might say yes or no at the special factors page, but you don't really have a team-based 10-minute conversation about AT, at least. If that's not happening, then I would probably consider myself in the bronze. Mm-hmm. It's not that you don't think there should be, right? That's different. It might not be that you don't think there should be a longer conversation, because a lot of times we wish there were longer conversations, but whoever's facilitating the meeting or whatever's happening, it just kind of gets flown by. So,
All right.
Anyway.
Anybody have anything to say online?
So
How do we look?
we have 47% bronze,
Okay.
silver medalists 42%, gold medalists 10%.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
All right. Okay, well, here we go. Thank you for answering that. And hopefully after this section, we're going to give you guys some of our tools and resources for this process that we would love for you guys to be able to take advantage of if you don't have a current team-based AT consideration process that you're using consistently. So we are going to start at the top of the slide is the first fact that we looked at during our myths activity. So teams need to consider the need for AT and at every IEP meeting. So if we are mandated to do this, how do we do it and do it well? So the SET framework is the gold standard for AT consideration and assessment. And at Open Access, this is what we use to guide and inspire our resources, which can be used by IEP teams to conduct thorough team-based consideration and assessment. The SET framework was developed by Joy Zavala many, many years ago, and it appears throughout AT literature and best practices for assistive technology. The S in SET stands for student. It's a way to think about AT consideration, and it is an easy acronym to remember and hits all the basic things that the team needs to know and talk about. So starting with that S, we're going to take a look and see what these each mean and what we're going to consider within each letter. So S again is for student, which is the first and most important thing to consider. Think about the whole student. What are their strengths and abilities? Consider where they are if they're an English language learner in their journey. What are their interests and preferences? Consider the primary challenges and barriers that they're experiencing. Is there something additional that's impacting their skill building? Are they making progress towards grade level standards or IEP goals? What is the team noticing? Then we move on to E, which stands for environments. It's important to also consider things like the arrangement or setup of the environment, including materials and equipment. What type of support is available to the student in the setting? What are the attitudes and mindsets of staff about assistive technology? What is their skill level with technology and assistive technology? Think about if the student will need access to the tools in the home environment or in the community as well as in the classroom. T stands for tasks. Assistive technology is directly related to the tasks at hand, and not just for producing work, but also for accessing content. What types of tasks need to be completed? What are the skills needed to complete the task? Looking closely at the task that the student is having difficulty with and breaking down the steps is really important in this process. At what point does the student experience a barrier in what is being presented? The last T is for tools. The team should consider and discuss what tools and strategies are already in place. What has been attempted? If they aren't working or only working sometimes, why is that? Maybe the student no longer needs the support, or maybe they need more training in order to use it. Maybe they need scaffolding. It's possible that staff needs more training or the team needs to develop an implementation plan. If the team decides to consider new tools for the student, They need to consider a range of tools from no tech to high tech. Think about what is happening already built into their devices, like things like translation, text to speech, grammar and spell checkers. How much training would need to happen for the student, staff, or family? And what are the primary features needed, and is the assistive technology flexible enough to grow with the student? So in the next few slides, we're going to walk you through the basic process using a case study, and then provide you with the resources that you can use and share with your teams when considering assistive technology for your students. All right, so we are going to, again, be sharing our AT consideration process with you, and also anyone that you would like to share it with for them to learn about it as well. Again, our resources are based on that set framework, and we've just added in a few more details and prompts to help IEPs move forward with this discussion. And Jill's going to really explain it as we work through it together. So our student that we're going to be talking about here, his name is Mateo, and he is in 6th grade. He is in the expanding phase of his English language learning journey. Mateo was identified in 3rd grade with a specific learning disability affecting reading in his primary language, which is Spanish. His receptive language in Spanish is at grade level. Mateo also has cerebral palsy, which affects his expressive language. So there is a mild reduction in grade level for expressive language. CP also affects his fine motor skills. So a typical computer setup has a few barriers for him, and there are barriers with paper pencil work, including math. He is a strong reader and enjoys reading books about superheroes and Pokemon. His computer skills are commensurate with his peers, and he enjoys technology. He spends most of his day in a general education setting, a little bit of time in RSP and intervention. And he receives services including physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech and language therapy. Lately, his teachers have noticed that he's becoming more and more frustrated with accessing the materials, participating in oral activities in class, and getting his work completed. They want to talk about AT at his upcoming IEP and are going to be using the Open Access AT Consideration Worksheet to help guide the team-based consideration discussion. So now I am going to turn it over to Jill to work through this worksheet.
Okay, we are excited. First of all, we're very excited to show you this worksheet. It is our version 2.0 worksheet. Our version 1.0 worksheet is very similar, but really we haven't even launched this on our website. So if you happen to be on our website looking at our resources, and you might see an older version of this, it's still good as well, but this one's just better. So we always want to improve our processes. So yeah, this is what we're calling the AT consideration worksheet. And it's really just a few pages. And the intention with this worksheet is to give teams support during that IEP to help guide those critical questions that we need to be talking about. And so it might look at the onset that, oh gosh, another form, right? But once you use it a couple times to work through those conversations, it can be quite helpful. The other reason these worksheets can be quite helpful is sometimes during IEPs, we talk about a lot of things, and then there's a follow-through challenge. What did we talk about? What were we going to do? What did we say? What did we agree on? This worksheet helps document the conversation that took place. At the end, we'll also see that there's an action plan. But what's great about this worksheet as well is we do know that sometimes AT can be one of those topics that ends up with an advocate or a lawyer coming to an IEP and wanting to talk about AT. We need to show that we are doing our very best to consider AT for our students. And this is a great way to show that we have gone through the necessary steps and asked the necessary questions in order to come to our team decision. It's very critical that AT is a team-based discussion. It cannot be done in isolation. That is just not best practice. That's not what IDEA and the guidance tells us. It really needs to be team-based. That doesn't mean that there's not one person on the team that's like more familiar with AT and can lead that discussion, right? So oftentimes that person is the one who's leading the conversation and documenting on the worksheet. So we've got the worksheet, and this I'll just kind of describe as we go through what the conversation could look like and potential things that can be documented. It's also important to know that if we gave this case study, sometimes what we've done, we'll give a case study like this to different groups. If we have in person, we'll group you. We'll have you all work on the same case study. We'll have you all come up with potential tools and strategies. And guess what? Each team can come up with different things. There's not necessarily a right or wrong answer for these. So keep that in mind. So the things that we've put on this worksheet, we've just put them on there. It's not the only solution. So the first thing we think about and talk about is the student. So at the top of the worksheet, you're really going to see just some information that's being pulled in about Mateo. And with this, we want to make sure that we write down who is actually participating in this conversation. We also want to put any special student considerations that we might want to put there on that second line to just give us some more information. And then we get really into that area at the bottom. So as hopefully at this IEP, a lot of people understand the student, they know a lot about the student, and we can have these deeper conversations about these areas of need, because it's going to be up to the team to decide which areas to focus on, which areas might be something to consider in terms of supporting with AT. So we call this first block of areas of need educational productivity. So this is where we're seeing the math, the reading, reading for content, writing, legibility, composing, communication and collaboration, executive functioning. So Jen's going to go ahead and click this, and here you'll see that we can jot down some information about the student in these different areas of need. And you don't necessarily have to fill out everything. It's really about making notes how the conversation is progressing. So maybe Mateo's math teacher said, well, he really enjoys math. He's really understanding grade level math, but actually legibility and fatigue is a concern when he's writing on paper. So is math really the issue in terms of math concepts, or is it more legibility? And it looks like in this case it's more about legibility. So we can go down to writing legibility and kind of lump the math legibility in with the written legibility. But we're going to go through each section as a team, and we're going to decide, is this an area? Are there barriers that we're seeing? And we're going to make comments. So you can see what we've put on this. I don't need to read every single one. But we can see that 2 boxes have been marked with an X, reading for content and writing and legibility. And the primary challenge or barrier with reading is that it is presented primarily as traditionally printed materials, meaning on paper. Not only is he's struggling with reading the grade level content, but he's struggling also managing physically that book. So keeping the book held open independently, or the workbook. So I also want to make note that I'm trying to use language here that shows that it's the materials that are the barrier and not the student, right? So kind of as we go through this, you might notice some of that type of language, that the barrier is printed material. It's not that he can't manage the printed material, right?
We have some snaps in the back from the crowd.
So then we get down to writing legibility was marked as well. So basically what the team is seeing is that as writing demands increase, which they often do, and we often start around 4th, 5th grade, really start seeing them increase, he's experiencing those paper and pencils as a barrier. And his legibility and stamina are not, he's not feeling good about this. He's getting frustrated. And this is what the team is talking about too, is that at 6th grade, they're really starting to see a little bit of behavior coming from Mateo because of his frustration with these materials. So then the team talks about some of the other categories and makes some comments. So, and they decide what they're going to mark and what they're not going to mark at this time. On the next page, these areas of need really relate to functional need areas, and we want to look at seating and positioning, AAC, physical access to materials, activities for daily living and recreation. We want to look at digital skills and talk about those. Also, this is where hearing and vision comes in. And in these areas, it's for every student, it's not exclusive to one area or the other. It's not a student that just has needs in educational productivity or a student that just has those functional needs. So you might see trends like a lot of students with mild mod disabilities are going to land in that educational productivity realm. They might have some access issues as well, and vice versa. So you might see someone who has some functional needs, but also has some educational productivity needs as well. It's not exclusive. So basically, the team goes through these areas. I also want to make note that the areas of need that are here, that are on this document, are tied to something called the WATI, which is the Wisconsin Assistive Technology Initiative, which has been around for, I feel like it's been around for decades. And it is really, guides AT teams and AT professionals in what to look for in terms of areas of need and assistive technologies. And it is a wonderful resource, and we're going to maybe have time to open that later as well. So once we have determined some of these areas of need as a team, there's a prompt on the bottom here that asks the question, is this team comfortable that all potential areas of need were identified and we understand the barriers and challenges that exist? So we have a good idea of what's happening here. If the answer is yes, then we get to go to the next page. If the answer is no, and we just have we don't have the experience, we don't understand our student well enough, we don't have enough data, we feel that maybe there's no one who has enough experience with AT, we can't move forward. What does the team do at this point? Okay, we've had this consideration conversation, but we're not feeling comfortable with this. Well, that's when you have to look to your administrator and what your process is. Typically, this might go to a consultation with an AT provider or specialist, or potentially even into AT assessment. There's also room to make some notes there if you need to. So the, the third page is we really have to prioritize. Sometimes when we really start talking about areas of need, a lot can come up. I've seen teams check every single box, and so at some point we have to reel it back and say, okay, we can't tackle everything all at once. What, at least to start with, are our top 3 priorities that would really make an impact with our student? So this table right here closely follows what we call the set, which is what Jen described earlier. So in that first column, we can pull some information from that prior page because we identified reading for content, writing and legibility, and we also identified physical access. So those are, we think as a team, those are our top 3 that we can really make a good impact here and troubleshoot some AT. So during the discussion, we might talk about the different environments that are currently in place for the student, and where he might be needing to use AT, what staffing looks like, is there an aid support in the classroom, what is happening within his environment. And then we look at what types of tasks he needs to complete or what he needs to access. And these can really vary, and you can put in, you'll have, and this is where you can really get members of the IEP team to contribute, right? When you're talking through this table and these prompts. And you want to get as much information as possible, because even if you are the special ed teacher and you're facilitating this and you know your student very well, but let's say they're spending a lot of time out there in general ed, you're going to hear some really interesting things start to come up as you start to have conversations. So you might be going into this AT consideration conversation thinking you know kind of what the answers might be, but it's amazing once you start communicating with the team what can come up. And so it's super important to really, as if you're the one, and I'm going to say it often is the special ed teacher or the case manager who is facilitating this conversation, really get other people involved. So you're going to want to talk about those tasks. You're going to want to talk about the current tools in place or strategies that are being done to support that area of need. Because we know, for instance, for writing and legibility, let's look at number 2. We are thinking, so on that second line, it says need area and then features needed. This is when the team decides, hey, what kind of features might be good for the student? So for instance, writing legibility, we're thinking an equation editor might be really good for math to help support the legibility with math. Once we move our way across the table, we might see that current tools in place as well. He's got a word processor and he uses graph paper. Maybe it's even adapted graph paper. Maybe it's larger cells, but it's not quite working. Then we move to, is it working? Is it not working? We can talk about why it's not working. And then we talk about the potential new tools or strategies if people have ideas. What's important to remember is that conversations at IEP teams about this, they go all over the place because everybody has different things that they're talking about. And so the person taking notes, it might not be 100% linear. You might be zigzagging all around because you might be talking about one thing and then it brings up somebody's, somebody wants to go back to something else. So just know that it's a fluid conversation. Most importantly is just get some of those things jotted down. This is really a worksheet. Let's see. So this is the last page. So this is kind of what was missing on the last version, was the action plan. So we really wanted to be able to update this document and really bring forward this action plan, because there's always a next step. After you have this conversation, after you make some decisions, you really want a place to document what's next. But before you do that, the team has to come to kind of a consensus at this point, because there truly are, I think, really only 3 outcomes for doing a proper AT consideration. The team is going to either, one, decide that the current strategies and tools that are being used are successful in addressing the student's needs, and they really don't think anything new is needed, and everything is status quo. You're going to mark yes on that IEP on special factors, and you are going to include that rationale. So that's really important. So we are mandated to put the why there. Why did you come up with this answer of yes? Number 2, the team might decide that there aren't any current tools that are working, or the ones that are there aren't working or only working sometimes, and we've identified some other tools that we want the student to try. And that box gets marked with an X. And that's kind of where we are at with Mateo in this particular case study. The third outcome of that conversation, again, we're prompting you, is this beyond what this team can handle in terms of their experience, the data that's been provided? If there's not enough, do they really need to go deeper? And is this a more complex situation and they just don't feel that they have the expertise and want to bring in, they want to bring in an AC specialist, an AT specialist to help guide them? So that could be the third outcome. In this particular case, the team has marked they're ready to try some new things. And I'm going to go back to that. Sorry, I'm going to go back to that third page. And you can see in that last column, that is their brainstorming of what potential actual products they could use, not just the features, but the products themselves. So you can see for reading, they would like to trial Read and Write for Google Chrome. It'll help accessing those PDFs and websites. They want to make sure he has access to the built-in translation tool in Read and Write. For writing, they called out Read and Write again, because Read and Write is a very robust, complex tool that has writing supports as well. And has word prediction. It has some fabulous vocabulary supports. And in physical access, they also, for math, wanted to try out Kami, and that's a great product. It has an equation editor. It used to be really, really hard to get math equation editors and to support legibility with math, but it's come a long way. So I'm very, very pleased that Kami added this to their product. Physical access, so that third area of need, the team decided, again, with that Read and Write product, it also has word prediction. And that word prediction is going to help alleviate some of Mateo's fatigue with keyboarding, because he kind of poops out and doesn't write as much as he could. So that word prediction may help. And then the team also was considering all the no and low tech things too. And since he's not having access to printed material, he still is going to have books and workbooks. They said, let's go ahead and try a weighted book weight thing, whatever.
A weighted book weight?
A weighted book weight. And this, you put it right on top of the book or the workbook, and it helps keep the pages open, so he doesn't have to use his strength to manage physically those materials, or have someone else by his side, So this will allow him for more independence. So anyway, that's where we get to this last page. We talked about the next steps. This action plan is really what needs to happen next. And this teams really, really like this. It helps us all keep accountable and reminds us what we're going to do, who's going to do it, and it can get very detailed. For instance, work with IT to get the 30-day trial installed, get the trial of Cami installed on the Chromebook. Maybe there's some training that needs to happen with staff or with parent, with student. So this is a place where we can put that in, who's going to lead that effort, and then our estimated time when we'd like to have it completed. I would always remember those estimated. I love the word estimated because we know in education things can take a while. You could be talking with your IT staff. You think, oh, I'm going to get this installed next week. And then you hit a barrier with some piece of the process. So give yourself a little leeway in there and make sure you are, give yourself a reasonable completion estimation. So we're going to get now to the resources themselves. And we are very excited also to share with you the next version of the quick guide. So everything that just came out of my mouth, and more probably, is on this quick guide. So up at the top is something you can have at your IEPs. You can share with your IEP teams. You've got the worksheet here. These really guide you through the essential elements and best practices for that AT consideration. That being said, people say, gosh, this looks like it could take an hour. Yes, it could for a complicated case. It could take an hour, and I've had situations where it's a little bit more complicated, and I will let the IEP team know that we need to either have a meeting dedicated just to this, or make sure the IEP is long enough to include a thorough discussion. But for the most part, for our kids, we can get a conversation done in 10, 15, 20 minutes. But again, I know during an IEP that sounds like a lot of time taken for this particular topic. But remember, we're mandated to do this. We're mandated to do it thoroughly and also have a team-based discussion. So we do need to try to take that time.
And the IEP is based around students' needs, right?
It is.
So this is really what this is all about.
If we're talking about access, this is big, right? We can't gloss over this. So what we have, let's see, we've got the links here for you. We don't have bit.lys to this, but we have the links.
QR codes.
We don't have QR codes. We do have the bit.lys. We are going to be giving you in just a little bit a document that has all these links too that you can click on. Probably in about 2 or 3 weeks, we will also have these on our website. So if you ever get to a point where you think, gosh, I wish I had that worksheet. Where did it go? That quick guide. You'll be able to go to our website and you will be able to see this newer version. If you go there now, it'll be the old version.
That's orange.
Again, it's fine, but it's just a little bit different. Let's see here.
Do you want to go through the WADI?
Yeah, so let's see. So there's 2 things.
Which one do you want to do first?
Let's do the WADI.
Yeah.
Okay. So wanted to just make sure you have this resource as well. This is wadi.org. And this is where we go super, super deep on assistive technology. This is really where AT specialists go, and if you have a particular area of need that you really want to dive deeper into, this is where you go. Under publications, they have assistive technology from consideration to assessment. And they do have a lot of resources here for you to use. And they've got things like observation guides and all that sort of stuff too. And what you'll find is these resources are amazing, but they're very big and robust. So a lot of what we have on open access is we streamline and pull out some of the essential things and give you something that's a little bit less to tackle. But they're, let me look up here. Here are the needs. So let's say you wanted to go really deep into computer access. You could look at their AT for computer access, and I'll show you what this kind of looks like. It is 22 pages of everything you ever wanted to know about access for students with disabilities. And so you can see right here in the middle, it says using the SET process. Remember we said everybody uses the SET process. It is the gold standard for thinking about AT for your students. So, but they go in very, very deep into decision making and can guide you. So if you want to go deep, I would suggest going to wati.org. The other place you might be interested in visiting, especially if you're an administrator, if you happen to be on Zoom or and you're looking at this through your administrator lens, is looking at what's called the the quality indicators for assistive technology services. And here, again, we have, this is where we pull a lot of our best practices out of the quality indicators. And you can go directly into the indicators, and they have best practices for AT consideration, assessment, AT in the IEP, implementation, transition, all of these things. You can go, again, in deep. So for instance, if we do AT consideration of needs, let me open this one up. Okay. It is going to tell you all of the best practices for doing a really thorough AT consideration. And it's fantastic. Like, for instance, number 3, the IEP team members need to have a collective knowledge of skills needed to make informed assistive technology decisions and know when to seek assistance when needed. So this is key. So sometimes when we find, maybe as administrators or teams, maybe an administrator might be noticing that they're getting an awful lot of AT referrals for things that maybe an IEP team should know how to address without it getting to the referral, place. So maybe that's an opportunity to have more training and to learn more about AT, so that that decision and those collective knowledge and skills could come into place. So I would suggest having a look through these quiet indicators, because they can give a lot of really good guidance. But just so everybody knows, I'm sorry, we have embedded and considered the quiet indicators and the WADI areas of need within all of our materials. And we've tried to do it in a way that's manageable and that you can access.
And I was going to say, also when we're, Jill just was saying, like, the team has collective knowledge of AT and what's out there and how to do this consideration process. We've been finding over the past 5 years that we did this work not only through open access, but even actually before that when we had other people that were knowledgeable on how to do a good AT consideration, particularly those that potentially sit on SST meetings with kids, that having somebody on that SST team that knows how to do this AT consideration has resulted in less referrals for special education, because there have been barriers that have been identified, and the team can then decide to trial some of those things and really see what happens by reducing those barriers before they go straight to let's have a referral for special education. And that's pretty powerful. And I think, especially, I know when you said, like, administrators out there listening, I mean, that's a great way to really support your staff in building that capacity to have that knowledge and to be a collective team that does feel comfortable going through this AT consideration process. When you know that you can, your results can be really even getting to some of those barriers and supporting your students before it gets to a special education referral. Just want to bring that up. Okay. Switch back. Are you done with the body and that?
Yes, I think I'm done with the body. So we have a question and answer comments.
Thoughts?
Let's talk about AT consideration, what you're experiencing, what it looks like for you, questions you might have.
Oh, she wants you to wait. I know.
The microphone.
Sorry. Zoom people want to hear you too.
So no, just a comment that I think AT is still very misunderstood. And I mean, for example, I was in an IEP, not going to say where or when, but they asked about the service. Are you going to provide the service? Like, AT is not a service, so it was really hard to just say that because I don't know. I figured everybody just does that. I mean, the AT considered page on our special factors page. I mean, every special ed teacher should consider it, right? And I really like the idea of the SST teams being trained in AT and all in this process. So I think that we should kind of like look to our teams and suggest that to our administrators.
There's a question about read and write, but I think you're going to talk about that shortly, correct?
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about read and write and other things.
Yeah. Anyone else? Comments? Questions?
Is anybody out there experiencing this, something that I've experienced, which is being guided by administrators that you're not supposed to write AT that isn't like expensive and complicated on the special factors page? So if a student needs, if a student needs text to speech, have you experienced, don't write that on the special factors page. Everybody in the school has it. It doesn't need to be on the special factors page. No, not yet. Good.
That
Glad
is
to hear
good.
that.
Yeah, especially even with, I think with AAC systems too, once they really are specialized and individualized, it's really important that it does get written somewhere in the IEP what that tool is, because if I have a student who has a 10-inch iPad and they're using touch chat with word power, and then they move schools, and then at the next school they just see iPad with communication app, and then I give them an iPad mini, because why not, said iPad, and we like LAMP Words for Life here at my school, so we're gonna put that on there. Well, now you've not only changed the size of the system, but you've also changed their language. So that's just, it's basically now you've gone from speaking one language to a completely new language, and that's really not, it's not okay. So it really is important. It is individualized and specialized for our students.
Yeah.
So it does need to be documented.
Yeah. Now, for something like text to speech, we often recommend in special factors to just write text to speech. That's the feature that's needed. And we know at this particular site or school that maybe they use the built-in text to speech on the Chromebooks. So you'd probably put that in the notes somewhere, because you do want to be careful on the AT side of things, not to name specific products up up on the special factors page. But I always like to put the feature and then document in the notes or somewhere else the specific product that is being used.
Because again, if they're using read and write, for example, and then they go to another school that uses something
Co-writer. Yeah.
that's not going to be the same for that student. That student's going to have to relearn because it's a completely different program. Same features, but different program. Well, maybe not all the same, but
yeah.
All right, we have a question. It's about an IEP. So at a previous IEP for a student who has apraxia, the SLP stated that this student could not have a device because he could break it. So they don't think this is legal. Are they correct?
Oh, calm down.
I'm like,
Okay.
oh,
You're giving Jen anxiety.
No, that I would not say would be legal to say that they can't have it because they're going to break it. I would say that if the barrier is that the device is fragile and that we need to protect it better, that there are ways to do that. There's a lot of technology supports. For example, there are mounts that you can have it stuck to the desk so that it's always available, but the student can't necessarily throw it. I've had people say that they're always going to be within arm's reach of it, so that either the student or somebody near them, if the device is out, it's always going to be in arm's reach of an adult. I think there are ways to write accommodations and to trial that, but I don't think not giving them access to a system that they may need in different situations is legal to do that.
All right, thank you for clarifying. And then another question, the quick guide that you just showed us, is that only for students with IEPs or can that be for every student?
Oh, what a fabulous question. Yes, we can absolutely. If we're wearing our UDL hat, the UDL guidelines, let's bring the UDL guidelines up really quickly.
Sure, really quickly.
Let me just do
right up.
UDL guidelines because I want to show you the guidelines because I know some of you are new to the guidelines. So the guidelines specifically call out in 4.2, checkpoint 4.2, optimize access to tools and assistive technologies. So we think of UDL as universal for all students, and they're calling out assistive technology for all students. And so, yes, we can absolutely look at assistive technologies for all students because we know there are students that will benefit from them. And so it would be similar. We could definitely think about what that could be using that SET process because using that SET framework really helps us think about all the things when we need to be considering AT. So I love that question. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
I don't think we have anything to say there.
All right.
We made it.
I think we made it. High five. We made it through the AT consideration process, and we've given you the newest version of the tool to support you with that. There's another option too in terms of using that SET framework is really, you can even, let's say you don't have one of these worksheets. You've got a blank piece of paper at the IEP and you remember the SET acronym. There's SETT. Okay, let's talk about each of these things and jot down some notes. That's the most critical thing to do. The worksheet that we gave you goes deeper and prompts you with those deeper questions that the team needs to talk about that sometimes if we're not prompted, we forget to talk about. But we do hope that will help with your conversations.
Yes. We have one question, just more of a clarifying point. To clarify, is the quick guide only for students with IEPs, understanding that AT is for students with disabilities?
AT is not only for students with disabilities.
Think about
That's-
your son that goes snowboarding and daughter and breaks their arm, and now all of a sudden that's my right arm and I can't do my normal task, right? Well, thank goodness.
These are real. That's my.
Sorry,
that's,
it is her
that's
son.
my
It's not
example.
mine. Yeah, sorry.
So,
my bad.
so I have a couple of wonderful examples because I have 3 kids and they've got friends and things happen over the course of their, And so, for instance, my middle son played football, and he would come home from high school football practice every night after school, absolutely exhausted, could barely keep his eyes open, and would have to like read a chapter or open up his textbook. And one night he just said, "Mom, I'm reading, but I'm not reading. I'm reading, but nothing's sticking. I know what you do, Mom. You know about this stuff. Can you please get this for me in an audio version so I can just listen? I just need that support right now." I'm like, absolutely. And then 2 weeks later, his friend shows up with a broken arm. They've got like a huge essay to write. And I say, "So how are you doing that with your non-dominant hand with one finger? How are you doing this?" And I said, did your teachers offer you any solutions?" And he replied, "No." And I said, "Well, there's Google Docs. There is voice typing. Let me show this to you." And he was just beside himself. Number one, he's like, "Can I do this? Isn't this cheating?" No, this is not cheating. You can use your voice to put the words on and not your hand. It's the same thing. Your words are getting onto the paper. It's not cheating. So that is assistive technology, right? So he didn't have an IEP.
You knew it was coming. All
Okay.
right, get that microphone.
I was just gonna say that that's a big misconception. I think for a lot of teachers, especially those, I think looking through our specific lens in terms of speaking to myself as special education, that's a given, But then when you think about general education, a lot of the general education teachers that I work with, it is very much that concept of that's cheating, And so I think it's very hard to break that barrier because a lot of it has been socially ingrained for such a long time that it's hard to look past that as in terms of, no, that's not cheating, that's allowing access,
right.
And sometimes it's hard to preach that as depending on where you are at in education. Like sometimes I feel in my role, it's hard to say that because sometimes it doesn't always come from the top, maybe for lack of knowledge or training or whatever. But then a lot of times decisions are made from the top. So then it's hard to say, well, I know that that's not cheating. I know that that's allowing access. And then when it's preached and it looks from, the gen ed teacher, someone else can be on the team who just doesn't know that realm because they just haven't received the training or the educational background. And it's hard to really combat that.
Yeah.
So I think that's like a big, I guess, struggle in education, I should say, in terms of seeing, we all come with these different lenses, but in terms of us all knowing that is access and that's not cheating.
Right. And thank you for your input. You really kind of brought that home. I'm glad there are a few general ed teachers on this Zoom today. And I'm glad that we all heard that because so much of these mindset shifts we can start making a difference, obviously by trainings, but also just planting seeds. So all of us have the opportunity with the people that we interact with every day to plant these seeds and plant these mind shift seeds. So the gen ed teachers who are on here today, you special ed teachers who often go into the gen ed classrooms or support students, maybe co-teach, you have an opportunity to plant these seeds, right? And to support them and watch them grow. Because you're right, there's a lot of misconceptions and it's hard to just one day just change everything and just, okay, this is how, no, it's like, it takes time. It takes time. But right now is an amazing time because there's so much about access right now. We have the U.S. Department of Education. They haven't had a document like this in I want to say since the reauthorization of IDEA, which is like the early 2000s. So this is big right now, this topic of access and accessibility. So it's and also the tech standards, the new national tech standards just came out, and the national tech standards have a huge area all about accessibility in AT as well. So they're exciting.
All right. Another point that someone made in chat that is a great thing to think about. If a student can have access on the statewide assessments to these things, then they should also be able to have them in the classroom.
100%. So during our trainings, we do like ongoing trainings with teams. So for example, the training that I do is like a 27-hour long training. It's very in-depth, and that is part of it is looking at our IEPs and aligning, making sure that what we've called out in these statewide assessments actually follows through into the rest of the IEP and with the student into the classroom who is practicing using those tools and features. Yes, there should definitely be alignment.
One more piece, just to clarify, the worksheet and the quick guide can both be used for all students, correct?
Sure. Well, the worksheet, truly, some of the prompts there are really to guide IEP teams. But I would say that, it includes that set process and those questions that you can ask. So you could definitely, if you were looking at including this like in an SST process or something like that, you can take the set process and you can definitely work with it and make it work for your whatever you do.
I'm reminded of the little cartoon with the snow.
Oh yes.
I mean, it's important to recognize that we all need some kind of support given the context or, background knowledge or lack thereof. And so the resources that you're sharing, I feel we can apply and utilize for all types of learners with or without IEPs.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I think we have, reached a break. And after the break, it's exciting. We're going to look at tools. Yes. We know AT and AAC is not all about the tools, but we're going to show you tools.
Yes.
Yep.
So we'll give you 10 minutes here, and if you do have technology or a separate piece of technology that you want to be exploring on as we go through this, the next demos, then make sure and get that out. Things that are available on our website. So we are going to just start kind of taking you back to where we started with UDL. So on our website, which is openaccess-ca.org, we do have a flip kit, a UDL flip kit, as well as sections on UDL research and also resources. So Jill, do you just want to share where those might be?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just walk you through how to find these resources. Sometimes we can get overwhelmed with the amount of tools and resources out there in the world. And we're going to give you another one. But this one is extremely intentional. So the resources that are on the site are really to help teams support students with assistive technology. And because our project is in California, we have a lot of good insight as to what tools are being used throughout California, what teachers are using, the tools that we've used ourselves with our students. And so what we have here is a curated group of tools and resources for you. So it's a good place to start if you're thinking about, even if you're thinking about UDL strategies or AT tools. We're going to show you a few places where you can get them. So on the Open Access website, we have 3 strands for universal design for learning, Accessible technology, which is assistive technology, is fitting under this tab. And then we have the AAC tab. With all three of these, we have what's called a flip kit, a resource flip kit. So I'm going to just open up each of these and show you how they're set up and how you can navigate them to find the things that you want. So for UDL, if I click on that, it brings up the three major strands, engagement, representation, action, and expression, and it gives you just a little snapshot of what those mean. And right below, you'll see this box that says select strand. So let's say I'm having trouble with engaging my students for whatever reason. Maybe I'm having trouble recruiting interest, or they're having I'm not providing an atmosphere that encourages effort and persistence. What can I do? That sort of thing. Self-regulation falls under engagement as well. So I would first pick kind of what strand is here. So I'm looking at engagement, so I'll choose that. And then it gives me an option of selecting what is the type of tool that I would like to see. Do I want to see teaching strategies, or do I want to see a digital tool that might support this? So if you click on teaching strategies or tools, whichever one you want, it's going to take you to this next level. And that next level ties these three options tie into those bullet points on the green, in that green area. So do you want to look at things to recruit interest, sustain effort and persistence, or support self-regulation? And you can choose one. So you're really honing in on the specific UDL checkpoint that you want to address. And then it's going to come up with some suggestions. So I picked engagement, a teaching strategy, and supporting that recruitment of interest. And so here you've got a lot of strategies that are going to come up to support you. And you can peruse through these. Let's see. Let's do math brain teasers. This is going to, when you click on it, it's going to go directly to the resource itself. So just know that you're going to be going to an outside, third-party site when you're in those flip kits. So that's the UDL one. Let me just go into tools. Let me change this to tools and see what happens. Ooh, now I've got digital tools. We've got things like Kahoot and Common Lit and quizzes and vocabulary and Kaizena, Statebook, all sorts of things, okay, for you to look at. Again, these are things that either we've used or all of our regional leads have used with their groups. So it's a nice, really good curated group of resources. And we're always looking to expand these resources as well, but we want to hear directly from you. What are you using? What are you working? And for those of you on the Zoom as well, what are you using? What would you like to share out? So at any time, put those in the chat. We're going to keep track of suggestions because we'd like to, of course, add to our flip kits as well. So the next one is accessible technologies, and going down, you'll see an AT resource flip kit. This one is set up a little bit differently. We have the different areas of need in that circle with those little icons. And so this really asks you to select a strand. And these are tied into those areas of need: reading, writing, math, executive functioning, all these, hearing access. We do have the platforms, Google, Apple, and Microsoft as well, and built-in features. So we have some additional categories. If we go into, let's choose reading and literacy, it'll pull in everything in that category. If you want to fine-tune it, you can say I'm looking for, and you can fine-tune that into I just want to see what no and low tech is there to support reading. And it has things like page turners and highlighting tape and highlighters. Oh, there's that page holder that Mateo wanted, right? It's going to hold his book open. So this is all that low, no tech stuff. You can also go into, specifically what are some text-to-speech tools. This is a big one, right? So here are some products that have text-to-speech that maybe it's a program, maybe it's an extension, an app. You'll see over here, there's read and write. We're going to go in deeper into read and write in a few minutes. And you can also sort for type of resource as well. So you've got these sorting options within the flip kit. For AAC, I'm going to go into the flip kit. And this looks a little bit different still, except it still has that sorting feature. On the front.
Yeah, on the front, these are based on user levels that were that are from Marilyn Buzelich, and it talks about really when we're looking at our whole student, and it gives you a little example of what that student might look like. Because remember, all of our students should be having availability for AAC, but it doesn't necessarily mean that one size fits all. So we have different user levels or profiles, emergent, entry, intermediate, and advanced. And so then if you scroll down from there and you're looking for a tool based on kind of that user profile level, for example, if it's more of an emergent communicator, you can choose emergent, and then it's going to give you some of our favorite tools that we have used with some of our emergent communicators as we are starting to build their AAC systems. So this is just how that one is. And if you go to intermediate and advanced, you'll see that not only do we have some dedicated devices, but then we also go into some different applications that are out there that potentially would have features that would meet the needs of some of our students who may be an intermediate or advanced, or even sometimes entry communicator profile. So that's what ours looks like.
All right. Now we briefly showed this before as well, but this is another place to go to get ideas to support not only UDL, but also some assistive technologies as well. But if you go into this UDL guidelines, this, I want to call it a widget that they have. It pops up on their website. It's interactive, and you can go in and choose the different checkpoints, and then go in more deeper to those checkpoints, and it'll even give you further information to look at and consider. So if you're not super familiar with the UDL guideline from CAST, this is a great way to engage with it. Before I leave here on the site, I want to point out down the left-hand side, there are these gray tabs. It says access, build, and internalize. And the final one is the goal. And I think these goals are fabulous, and especially when we're talking about assistive technology, we can really think about, in terms of our technology and our students, we want them to be purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, strategic and goal-directed. We want our students to have that autonomy with their AT too, right? And we want them to know what tool do I need to do what task? When do I use it? What environment is it appropriate to use this tool? That's really what's called an expert learner, right? When you kind of know your strategies, you know your tools, you know when to use them, with who, like Grandma always said, there's a time and a place. There's a time and a place. Grandma was right. But that top band, I want to focus right there for a moment, because that top band says access. So when you're talking about student learning, if we can't get through some of those barriers that are coming up in that access band, how do we get to building? How do we get to internalizing if we can't even access, right? So I always tell people, if you're looking to get a start, with UDL, look at that top row. Look at that access row. And that includes assistive technologies, right? Okay. So you've got the open access flip kit resources now. You've got the UDL guidelines. So are we giving them a little bit of time?
No, right.
To dive deep?
No, not right now.
Okay. So we talked about diving deeper into that AT Flip Kit. So
All right.
We
So
have-
you want me to read
Yeah,
this? And you can show
sure.
it? Okay. So the first thing we just wanted to start out showing you is I don't know how many of you are familiar with either Google's real-time translation tool or the iOS Translate that are around. But it really is pretty amazing to see how fast and how far that technology has come in a short time. So for those of you who aren't familiar, we're going to show you a little video from an app called Google Assistant that you can use, and even if you have an iPhone, you can also use this, which we figured out.
Yes, we practiced it.
We practiced it, so it does
It
work,
works.
but it's really cool. So we're just gonna watch this video.
It's great. It's just a minute or
Short.
so.
Okay, Google, open interpreter mode.
Sure. What language should I interpret to?
Spanish interpreter.
All right, Spanish.
How are you doing today?
¿Cómo estás hoy?
Estoy un poco nerviosa por la fiesta de Navidad.
I'm a little nervous about the Christmas party.
Okay, Google, Japanese interpreter.
Sure, let's start.
Would you find this useful on holiday?
これは休日に役立つと思いますか?
はい、役に立つと思います。
Yes, I think it is useful.
Where can I get some coffee?
Wo kann ich Kaffee bekommen?
Das Café ist unten.
The cafe is downstairs.
Okay, Google, French interpreter.
All right, French.
Ce café est délicieux.
This coffee is delicious.
And truly, it was that seamless. So when Jennifer and I were practicing with this, because you speak a little Spanish, we were communicating back and forth seamlessly. It was pretty neat.
But have you guys seen that? Ever tried it? Oh my gosh, gotta see it and try it.
So if you have an iPhone, you
Yes.
download Google Assistant, and it's just a very short setup.
What'd you say?
If you happen to have a Google phone, that's different. It's probably already
Built
there,
in.
built in.
Yeah.
But also, iPad
so if
has
you're
one
on an
as well.
iPad or an iPhone, it already has that app built in, and it's called Translate. So if you just look for that, and it does very similar things. So pretty amazing. So, it's called the Google Assistant.
Yes.
Translate.
Well, there's two options.
Yes, you can download Google Assistant if you have an iPhone as well, and it'll work just the same. Or iPhone has just an app called Translate that's built in.
And the Translate app isn't quite as automatic as the Google one, where you're like holding it back and forth and it's just automatically doing it. The iPad or iPhone Translate one, there you have to do a little bit more work in order to,
Go back and
forth.
All right, and then you want to talk about the resource? The next one.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Oh wait, 1 second. We could give
I don't know where the article is. Oh, right here. But you don't have the notes. Okay.
So we are going to be giving you a document that has all of the resources and tools that we're showing today, and there will be some supporting documentation and links to everything. So we've got a document here that's going to support, it's like a step-by-step walkthrough
Translate.
on how to do the Translate tool. So you'll be getting that. So one of the things we wanted to talk about was really when we're thinking about assistive technology, we really want to start with what is already built in. What have we got to work with? And it is amazing, truly, what has happened in the last 5 to 8 years, I would say. And it just keeps improving every year. These platforms are improving their accessibility options. What a lot of our students are using are Chromebooks.
Are you
right?
guys Chromebooks here?
Chromebooks?
Mostly
Yeah.
Chromebooks? Okay. Say it again. What do people say online? Do they are they mostly, is it mixed, or is it heavy Chromebook or heavy iPad? I don't know. We didn't ask them. Pop in the chat just to get a feel.
Chromebook is popping up consistently.
Okay. Things are gonna have to go to out of it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pop out of my. Maybe I did put it here. I did put it here.
Oh, okay.
So let me show you a couple of places to start. So across the platforms, you're really going to find a lot of similar features. Sometimes they're just called different things, right? So what looks like voice typing on a Chrome or a Google Doc is dictation on an iPad or iPhone, right? So they're just called different things, but they really all have basically the same types of accessibility options within them, from grammar and spell check to voice typing, predictive text, all that sort of stuff. What I would suggest for Chromebook-based schools is if you're a special education teacher, you're in the classroom, and you've got students on Chromebooks, you are going to absolutely want to know what's built into your Chromebooks. You're going to want to know how to get there. You're going to want to know how to pin that accessibility option to the front of the Chromebook so that you don't have to dig to find those accessibility features. So that's something you want to learn how to do. And I would suggest a great place to go is this right here. It's a training offered by Google. It's called Tools for Diverse Learners Training. It's a little module. It only takes, I think it's 35 minutes in total, and it just walks you through all of the things about the iPad that you should, the Chromebook that you really need to know. We'll have that link on our document page that we'll give you. You're going to have some time to explore these things, so we'll just go forward here. For Apple products, again, so much is built in, so many accessibility features. Even if you've got students who are using AAC apps, and there are things where you can, what's the one where you lock that so they
guided access.
There's things like guided access, which lock you into a particular app, so you don't get distracted. There are lots of features. So Windows, I wanted to highlight this a little bit because we don't often talk about Windows, but it used to be the only thing we had available in our classrooms on computers and laptops, right? What they have is something called Immersive Reader, which is amazing. And I want to show you a short video that describes the impact of this tool on this little boy here and his family. And then we're going to, and so keep your eyes out and kind of look when they show the program. And then I'm going to try to show it to you as a demo as well. But it's free. Immersive Reader is something included in what's called the learning tools from Microsoft, and it's available across all of their products that they have. But it's also connected now to some of those third-party things like Canvas. You can have Immersive Reader in Canvas. We know a lot of high schools and high school students are using Canvas instead of Google Classroom. And so just wanted you to see this one because it has some fabulous tools that support multiple languages as well.
I'm Jenny Anderson Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
We have 3 kids, Alden, Gavin, and Carrick.
My name is Carrick and I'm in 2nd grade. My favorite things in the world is bees, snakes, gardening.
We definitely knew there was a problem because
you know, he just was not being able to read with us as much as the other kids were.
Sometimes I was embarrassed because I didn't know how to read.
He had dyslexia. Initially, it was that kind of feeling of shame that really made me feel sad.
My teacher was like, "Who wants to read first for the whole entire year?" I said, "Not me."
So you start wondering, you know, what you're doing wrong. And then there's a little bit of panic that sets in.
One day when we were learning, my friend came next to me and said, "I know how you can do this. Just click on that button," and it said immersive reader, and I clicked on it. And I was just focused, my eyes were focused into it. I can say it to you, like that, or I could tell you a picture.
The awesome thing about immersive reader, it was just there. It was just an icon click away.
I think that it's allowed him to have more confidence that he can do more.
It makes me feel good, and my life is more easier.
The first night he kind of came up to us with a book in hand and wanting to read to us. You know, you see that twinkle in his eye.
Yeah.
It was something he had conquered, you know.
This card was from Mother's Day. I love you, Mom. I am very impressed of your hard work that you did.
The last few sentences was, "Thank you so much for helping me read." I was like, wow, this is the best Mother's Day gift. Yeah, it was pretty, I don't know. Yeah, just that one little sentence. It was kind of.
I am going to read as many books as I can in the world.
Right? Okay. So that was Immersive Reader. Did you catch a glimpse of the program that he was using? Oh. So Immersive Reader, if you happen to have the Edge browser, which is Microsoft browser, it automatically will come up. You can see just on a website right here. Actually, the website was this, right? And so this was the original website. So I landed here, and it's got quite a lot of things here. There's not a lot of ads, which is great. But up in the the URL window area, there's some icons here, and one says Enter Immersive Reader Mode. And when you click that, it's going to give some things right up on the toolbar to help access. You can see it immediately kind of cleaned up the page, so it's a little bit more easier to read in terms of the layout and the size. But up here, we can just click Read Aloud.
News releases.
And it goes right into the Read Aloud mode. There are also voice options. You can change the speed and the voice itself. Whoops. There are text preferences. You can increase or decrease. You can go into different background modes to support vision. You can change the font if necessary as well. So you get a lot of things in this. With some websites, you get even more options. It kind of depends on how the website is set up. But if this were a website that supported the visual icons and dictionary, you would be able to click on words and see pictures come up. They're actually board maker pictures that pop up. So that's immersive reading. And it truly is an amazing product. Yes. So it should be within Microsoft Edge unless it's being blocked. Or
We'll help you when we get to our explore time. We'll see if we can figure
yes,
it out.
we're going to do some exploration. We'll come around and we can look at those closer.
So Immersive Reader is a great support for helping build fluency for our English language learners or readers of even other languages. It really can help, as we saw with Carrick, build confidence for those emerging readers as they learn to read at higher levels, and can offer some of that, or can be a decoding solution and support that for students who do have dyslexia or other learning needs. It also, like Jill mentioned, it has individual word or whole word text translation into over 100 different languages, and 40 of those can actually be read aloud.
Right. So you can actually click on a word. It'll bring up a little window with the translated word, or even a picture that shows what the word is. Yeah.
So anyway, it's a great way to provide some scaffolding to ensure that students with a variety of learning needs have access to that grade level text.
So going back to the Chromebook, we wanted to give you access to this great resource from Google. It's a Chromebook simulator. So if you want to quickly learn how to, or if you need to demonstrate, let's say you're at an IEP or you're working with a student, or you're trying to train staff, you can quickly open up the simulator. You can even send this link. Let's say you need to train someone really quickly how to do this. Whoops, what happened? Oh, where'd the simulator go? Let me click that. So it has more than just exploring the accessibility features. You can see on the left-hand side, there are lots of simulations you can go through to get to know that Chromebook. But it does have the accessibility features. So you can, right here it says step 1 of 5. If you click within that, or if you look within that circle, it's going to tell you at the bottom right, select the time, it'll bring up a window, you'll see, or press Alt-Shift+S. So if you do that, then you're going to get this additional window, and it's telling you to click on the settings button, and then you'll see this on the Chromebook. It'll say click accessibility, and then it'll bring up this menu. So it's guiding you step by step what to look at. And then you can go in, and it's got all of the features, and you either turn them on or off at this point. So it kind of guides you through step by step if you don't know how to access those tools. Okay. So we are getting to some resources to support reading and writing. The first thing I would like to show you is Postlight Reader. This is a Chrome extension. If you are familiar with the Chrome Web Store, fantastic. If you have never been to the Chrome Web Store before, I would definitely suggest you go, because this is where you can get those extensions and apps that extend the functionality of everything that's going on inside the window, and anything Chrome, Google related. So one of my favorite tools, and teachers love this tool, students love this tool, it's called Postlight Reader. And I'm going to show you why it's so fabulous. I'm going to open up just a Smithsonian article here. And you can see all of the ads start popping up. And if I try to read this article, I'm going to get really distracted by these sneakers, the sneaker advertisement over here, because apparently I need some new shoes. And as you scroll down,
you really need new shoes.
Look at this. There's even a video that's popping up. If I were a student, I might be really distracted by that. If I'm a teacher and I'm instructing, my students are going to get really distracted by this, right? I wish I could show them this article and walk through it with them. And I can, because I have Postlight Reader. And if I click on this little icon up at the very top of the toolbar, it's the rocket ship. It takes that and
it's also in Spanish, apparently.
What's happening?
I don't know. I don't know what you clicked on.
I clicked on something. Hang on a second. Might have clicked on the ad. Let me do that again. Okay. So it immediately cleans it up. Now I have it in dark mode right now, so I can go into light mode. Or dark mode, I can go into the couple of different types of fonts. I can do small, medium, or large text size, but you can see that it has taken away all of the distracting advertisements and things like that, and we can just get to the content. What's really neat when it's in this mode, you can do what's called AT layering as well. So if you have a text-to-speech reader now that needs to go on top of this and read it, a lot of the products will do that. So that is Postlight Reader. The next one, Read and Write. This is one of the most robust, amazing tools. It has all the bells and whistles. That being said, not every student needs all the bells and whistles, right? Sometimes that can be distracting as well. So it's really what does my student need? What is the best tool for the job? Is it built in? Is it a text-to-speech tool only, or is it something more robust like Read and Write? We do have a lot of districts and schools getting Read and Write subscriptions for entire student bodies, which is really great because it does have a ton of access and options. That being said, you can get it for a Chromebook. It's a Chrome extension. So you just download that extension from the Chrome Web Store. If you want, this is the amazing part of it, if you want a totally free, no-cost premium license, you get that as an educator. Whether you're a teacher or an OT, whatever in your role, you can have a free premium version of this. But in order to do that, you want to download that Chrome extension first, and then we're going to give you this link where you fill out a short survey of who you are, what you do, and you submit it, and you will have that for as long as this company exists. I think they are absolutely dedicated to giving this free to educators so that you can use them, you can try them out. There's so many great features for you and your students. And let me show you what that looks like. I need to open, gosh, I need to open a document. Do I have more document? Yeah. Video tutorial. Okay. So Text Help is the company that makes Read and Write, and they have a YouTube station which has great little tiny mini tutorials on what this tool looks like. Just so you know, I do have it on my toolbar right now. It's right here. It's this little purple puzzle piece. So if I click that open, you will see this toolbar appear at the top. It has all these wonderful features like word prediction, hover speech, dictionary, picture dictionary. This is your typical text-to-speech tools right there, play, stop, pause. We have screenshot reader, so this tool can even read inaccessible text. So even if it's just a image on the screen that's like a picture, you can actually now have that read aloud, which is amazing. That's a great new technology that's come about in the last few years. It also has the ability to take text. So if you have, let's say, a Google Doc and it's text on a page, you can select and click this and turn it into an audio file. So it has an audio file maker, web search. It has the screen masking, which is, helps track and keep things, keep attention. It also has the talk and type, which is the speech recognition, the speech typing. It has this amazing translator tool, study highlights, highlighters. It has some vocabulary tools. It has a simplify page. There's so much here. It has Rewordify. So again, taking a lot of content and making it more accessible. And then it also has practice reading aloud tool is where the student actually practices reading. It saves the recording, and then the teacher has access to that recording. Like I said earlier, you don't want some students to have access to all of these options. They can be very distracting. So in the settings, you can select which tools they have access to. But let's just look at the, do we have 1 minute?
1 minute.
1 minute. Let's watch text to speech.
This video shows how Read and Write for Google Chrome can be used to read text aloud in Google Docs, Word docs, websites, and more. To use text-to-speech in a doc, highlight some text or place your cursor where you want to start reading and click the play button.
Have you ever heard of James Robert Cade? Cade invented Gatorade.
Read and Write uses dual color highlighting, which helps improve comprehension. You can customize the voice, reading speed, and other preferences under the Settings menu. Continuous reading controls whether Read and Write reads through the whole page or only what you've selected. Speak as I Type reads back your text when you're typing, either by word or by sentence. You can even use Read and Write to read comments in
Google Docs. So you get the idea. It's at its basic, function. It is a great text-to-speech reader. Again, it's going to read Google Docs. It's going to read websites. It's going to read PDFs. It's going to read inaccessible text as well. And then we've got all those additional things like word prediction, translation. It's a great tool. The other one we wanted to show was Clicker. Clicker it comes on a Chromebook, but we often see it on an iPad. I'll show this video really quickly.
Clicker provides the right level of writing support for all your learners. Beginning writers build sentences with whole words. Each finished sentence is automatically read aloud, so they review what they've written.
Mary and Billy rode their bikes.
And if there's a word they can't read, they listen to it first.
Flew.
Now they're ready to start choosing the words they want to use. Students progress to writing with the keyboard, with support from the talking predictor and word banks for topic vocabulary. Create your own set of clicker grids in just a few seconds, or use one of the hundreds of ready-made ones from our curriculum team. There's something for almost every topic at every level.
You get the idea about Clicker. Has anyone used Clicker before? No? Okay.
Leah's used it.
Leah's used it.
Not anybody, people in, no? Interesting. In Zoom. Maybe that's a good one to check out.
Some tools to support math and executive functioning. Now, remember, you're going to find all of these on the Flip Kit too. So if you're going back and searching for some of these, you'll always find them there. Cami, I like to show this math video because so oftentimes legibility really can impact math. And Cami has a great tool to support math.
From solving math equations to drawing angles and plotting graphs, Cami has the tools your students need to complete their math assignments for any grade level. Let's take this example from the point of view of a fourth grader, learning to measure and draw angles. The task is to draw the given angles and then label them accurately. They can use the Shapes tool and select Insert Line to start drawing the angle. As they click and drag, the angle of the line is shown along with dotted guidelines. They can hold the Shift key to create perfectly straight lines at 22.5-degree increments. Using the drawing tool, they can label the angle. Students can even show their process using the screen capture comment tool. This allows them to record both their screen and their voice, giving them the option to explain their thinking as they work. The video gets embedded right there in the document for you to watch and review. Next, let's take a look at a middle school geometry example. For this task, students must plot shapes on a graph, calculate coordinates, and perform transformations. They can start by using the markup tool to highlight important parts of the question, making it easier to refer back to when making calculations. Using the text box tool, they can show their work as they calculate new coordinates. Then, they can use the drawing tool to plot points on the graph and use insert line to connect the dots. Students can also change stroke thickness and choose from the color palette to keep their work organized. If they're using a touchscreen device with a stylus, the drawing tool is perfect for precise drawing, marking, and plotting. Now let's take a look at how students can use Kami tools to solve more complex equations. Here's an example of a high school algebra assignment requiring students to solve for x. Using Kami's equation tool, students can access over 60 different mathematical symbols.
That's really what we're getting at. These mathematical symbols. These used to be so difficult to support students with legibility because it was very difficult to get these symbols in a digital way to support math. But Kami has them right here. They're all ready to use and come with. Now Kami, you can get the free version. You can get like a 30-day trial, and then with the free version, you get that math for 30 days. But then once the trial expires, you still have some of the features, but that math equation editor goes away. So you do have to get the full version in order to have access to that. Yay! We have a math teacher who's using this. Well, oh, it's gonna be fabulous.
So we had Bobby in the crowd, who's a math teacher, who said that it is definitely working for his students, and was pointing out that they're getting new Chromebooks that are going to be touch screen. So to access those different features with that touch screen on a Chromebook is going to be game changing. Is that good? Did I summarize? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really quickly, I'm just going to describe these two last ones. So we talk a lot about graphic organizers as being AT, right? And they absolutely can be, and they're fabulous. What does that look like when we go digital? Some people go straight to more complex tools like Lucid Charts or MindMizer. There's a lot of great graphic organizing programs out there, but amazingly, in a Google Doc, you have Google Drawings. You could say insert drawing, and it brings up a little interface, and it has so many wonderful features to make your own graphic organizers very quickly, which automatically get inserted into the document. So I wanted to point that out. That's built in. It's already there. You don't really need to buy a fancy program for graphic organizers. The other thing I wanted to show you in terms of executive functioning is the simple to-do list. So sometimes all a student needs is a little checklist or guidance to help keep them on track, or to help recall specific steps in an operation, that sort of thing. And if you have a little simple to-do list, something like this up on top of the Chrome browser, you can quickly add a list of anything, then topic sentences, I don't know. You can add anything. And so as they go through it, this could also be used as homework as well. But when they're done, they can check it off and it shows that it's complete. So you can run through your to-do list for that particular task or assignment.
I think I need that.
And it stays there too. So next time I open it, it's still there. Right, that is just for the student using the computer. Yep. And that is a Chrome extension.
But you could co-create it with the
You could,
student, right?
absolutely.
That would be cool to be able to do that.
And yes, in fact, you could model it on the screen and have the students populate it. Okay. So we're going to give you
about 10 minutes.
About 7 minutes to explore the flip kit. We'll walk around if you have any questions, but go to the flip kit. We're also going to give you right now this document. This is what we've been promising all day. There actually is a link to a PDF of this slide deck as well, so you'll be able to open this again. And here are the links to everything, including what we're doing right now with this exploration, and you can click on these links as well. So take about 7 minutes.
And then I'll do my AAC part and then we'll be done.
Yep, it's gonna be quick. Yep, let's go back. It is. Here's the bit.ly at the bottom of the screen. So let's put on it. I'm gonna put on a timer. This timer is also, if I didn't mention this before, this is a Google Chrome extension as well. Let's do 7 minutes of exploration, and then we'll come back and go into AAC tools.
All right, so we'll bring you back, and I don't have as many demos as Jill, so we'll get through this really quick, and then we will be done for our day. So I'm going to just show you a little bit more of about some of the AAC resources. We already went through the flip kit that is on the web page, but I do want to show you also some additional resources that we have on our website under AAC. So under AAC, we also have open access AAC resources. And on that page, we have a variety of different aided language supports. So we have a bunch of core words boards that we developed through a project at Placer County Office of Ed now it's about 12 years ago. Oh no, 14 years ago, but kind of right when core was starting to come to the front of AAC, and we developed some based on our research and some additional research that we had pulled in from around the world of AAC. So we have a bunch of boards here that you can see. We have lanyard size boards, we have big boards, we have some boards that are have additional fringe on them. We have some what we call receptive language boards. So those are more topic related with some core added in. So those are all available for you to download and use. We also have 2 of our AAC collaborative teaming tools that we have here if you're interested. One is a roles and responsibilities form that teams can use if there is an AAC device or system that's in place, and we want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not the speech pathologist's job to keep everything together, that we all are part of a team and kind of make an action plan for that. And we also have what we call an AAC snapshot, which is a great one-page tool to help document different parts of a student's AAC system. It also has a great place on there to make sure we have passwords documented and things like that. So and where we're backing up our vocabulary so that we don't lose that. And then we also have a few implementation resources down here that you can explore. We have some vocabulary planning templates. We have a thing called a script builder. That's a great tool to use to support developing some participation opportunities for students. And we have an activity, what can you say with 20 words, which if we had time, we might do it, but we don't have time to do that today. So those are all on our website, again, under the AAC resources that you're welcome to check out and download if you are interested. A couple of things that I just wanted to highlight. I wanted to show you guys one of the applications that is available cross-platform, and just show you some of the cultural and linguistic diversity that has been added now to a lot of our systems, which has been amazing. Oops, not by doing it that way. Maybe I didn't put it on here. I can exit. So Cough Drop is web-based, so therefore it can run on a variety of different platforms. And if you're a speech pathologist, you can get this for free. But if you do have a student that you determine that this is going to be a good match for them, then they would need their own license. But I wanted to show you how this looks. So for example, here is a quick board in English, and it will speak to me in English. All right. But if I have a student that is speaking in a different language at home, and I want to let that student have access to speak to his family at home, then I can have that same board, but also in Spanish, for example. You'll see that the motor plan is going to stay the same. It's still in the icons are still in the same spot, but now, although that is not grammatically correct, however, it should not say I either. Sorry, that should have been me doing that. Vamos is still not going to be right. I bet if I do this, I get it. Okay, well, I'm not getting my present singular voy. But anyway, that's a problem. I thought I had that. So this must, whatever board I chose must not have the grammatical categories. But many of our applications now do have the ability to go back and forth between different languages, English and Spanish, but also a multitude of other languages. And also you'll notice that the symbols now are much more diverse. That's also been something that all of the developers have really been working to make sure that everyone can be represented in these different symbol sets. So that is pretty awesome. So I wanted to... Can I say something really quickly? Sure.
For time's sake, if everybody's okay, we're going to push through our last break and just kind of go to the end here because we're almost done. Does that work for everybody? Okay, good.
All right, and then I just wanted to highlight some resources that are out there that are on either the internet or even on social media that I found to be pretty powerful for supporting cultural and linguistic diversity. So through San Francisco State University, and Gloria Soto is the speech and language pathologist that has been guiding this project. It's called Project AAC for All. But there's a section on their website that goes to culturally responsive AAC, and it has a lot of really amazing information and resources that are listed on here. So any of you speech and language pathologists that are interested in this, this is a great resource to bookmark. It's obviously on our resource page that we shared with you. Hablo con CAA is on here as well. This is also a site that has information about AAC, which is CAA in Spanish. Lots of great information on here, again, for our SLPs who are working with speakers of language other than English. On this one, it's really primarily Spanish. And also Practical AAC is a great site that has, again, if you search for information on cultural and linguistic diversity, you're going to find a lot of really great information there as well. And then some sites that I found on Instagram that, and also a lot of these do still have websites as well attached to them, but these have some great ideas for bilingual therapy. They have resources for parents. A couple of them will have teacher paid teacher stores out there, but I found that these have some really great resources if you are working with students who do speak more than one language. The Viva Kids books, if anybody has seen that, it was pretty amazing because she was really looking at bringing that literature in both languages or in different languages to the forefront, and that's an exceptional way to build literacy, as we know, and language skills with our students. So I just wanted to show those to you. I don't know that we have enough time to explore not that many, but you guys have those on your form. So if you're interested in going back and looking at some of those, feel free. We are skipping our break and we have made it to the end. So here we are. We would really appreciate it if you could fill out this survey and give us some feedback and let us know how the day went for you. Hopefully, you guys made it through in Zoom land. We made it through here in person, but we really appreciate, again, having this opportunity to collaborate with our Muse team and have enjoyed being able to come down here and share this information with all of you. And if you have any questions that we didn't answer, if you want to go ahead and put that in the chat. If we can't answer them right now, we will see if there's anything else we can, while you're filling out your survey, we can try and answer them if anything comes up. Otherwise, after you fill that out, thank you very much. Rest of our practice. Anne, do you have anything else, Lupita, that you want to say?
Just want to thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. Help me give them a big round of applause. We had the great honor of having you guys walk us through, if Vanessa was here, she would say the plethora of resources, and offering you all here and in Zoomland a gift of time, a little bit of time to explore and become more familiar with resources that maybe we weren't aware of, and or revisit some of the resources that we just set aside for different reasons. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody joining us via Zoom. Thank you for joining us via Zoom. Just as a reminder, we will be editing this video, this presentation, and uploading onto our website. You will also have a notification of when it's ready to go. If you're a registered participant, be on the lookout for that. But everything is going to be housed on our website, including the 2 previous sessions. And again, thank you, our friends from Open Access, for joining us. And again, please make sure to give us some feedback. We are of the mindset of continuous improvement, and we absolutely appreciate knowing what worked for you, and then some recommendations, suggestions for how we can improve to make these types of professional learning opportunities more practical and applicable for your needs. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.